You're listening to Daily Story, your place for authentic moments and true encounters. We appreciate you spending your time with us. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. And now, let us step into today's experience. I met Lena on Tinder, and she was everything I thought I wanted. Stunning, witty, and she even loved obscure indie films as much as I did. Our first date at a cozy coffee shop felt effortless until she casually mentioned the exact brand of coffee maker I had on my kitchen counter, a detail I was certain I would never share with anyone, not even my closest friends. I remember the exact moment. The aroma of stale coffee and baked goods hung heavy in the air, the gentle hum of conversation, a comforting backdrop. Lena had just finished telling me about her unhealthy obsession with a particular director, one I would only recently discovered myself. I would been smiling, feeling a genuine connection, a rare thing these days. Then she leaned back, a delicate curve to her lips, and said, "You know, I bet you would appreciate a good cup of coffee right now. Not that instant stuff, but a real brew, like the kind from that Cuisinart you have." My smile faltered. My blood ran cold, a sudden, icy shock. The Cuisinart. It was a gift from my sister, a specific model I would picked out for its sleek silver design and thermal carafe. I had not posted pictures of my kitchen online. I had not mentioned it in my Tinder profile. I had not even texted about it to anyone. My Cuisinart. I managed, my voice a little too high. She tilted her head. Her dark eyes, which I would previously found captivating, now seemed to bore into me, holding a glint I could not quite decipher. Yes, the one with the digital display. It makes a great cup. I hear... Her tone was light, almost playful, as if she were simply stating a common fact. But it was not common. It was impossible. My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. Had I mentioned it, in passing to a mutual friend? No, I barely had any mutual friends with Lena on social media, and certainly none I would discuss kitchen appliances with. Had I accidentally posted a story on Instagram with it in the background, I was meticulous about privacy. I would checked. How did you know that? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, but I could feel a tremor in my chest. My palms, resting on the cool ceramic of my mug, felt suddenly clammy. Lena's smile widened, a slow, deliberate movement that did not quite reach her eyes. "Oh, I just have a knack for details." "I guess. You seem like a man who appreciates the finer things. Good coffee, good films, I just put two and two together." It was a flimsy excuse, and we both knew it. My gut screamed, a primal alarm blaring through the pleasant facade of our date. But then, she started talking about something else, a funny anecdote about a terrible first date she had had, and the spell of unease began to dissipate. Or rather, it was pushed down, buried under the desire to believe everything was normal. She was so beautiful, so engaging. Maybe I had mentioned it. Maybe I would forgotten. Maybe it was a lucky guess, an incredibly specific one. I chose to believe the latter. We spent another hour talking, laughing. The initial chill faded, replaced by the warmth of her presence. She was charming, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in everything I had to say. When she suggested a second date, a hike in the local nature preserve, I readily agreed. That night, alone in my apartment, the Cuisinart on my counter seemed to hum with a sinister energy. I stared at it, feeling a phantom chill. I even went through my phone, checking every text, every social media post, every photo. Nothing. Not a single mention or visual of that coffee maker. The unease, once dismissed, began to coil tighter in my stomach. But I told myself I was overreacting. It was just a strange coincidence. Our second date, the hike, started off wonderfully. The air was crisp, the leaves turning brilliant shades of red and gold. Lena was even more stunning in casual wear, her enthusiasm for nature infectious. We walked for miles, talking about everything and nothing. I was starting to feel genuinely smitten. Then, we stopped at a scenic overlook, a spot I would only discovered a few weeks prior with my friend Mark. I would taken a photo there, a panoramic shot, and sent it to Mark, saying, "Found a new favorite spot." I had not posted it anywhere else. As we stood there admiring the view, Lena turned to me, her eyes sparkling. "You know," she said, "this is almost as beautiful as that photo you sent, Mark. The one where you joked about the giant squirrel photobombing you." My heart seized. The giant squirrel. There was a small, furry detail, barely visible in the corner of the photo, a joke I would made specifically to Mark. How could she possibly know that? My blood ran cold again, this time with a more intense, horrifying certainty. This was not a coincidence. This was not a lucky guess. I tried to play it cool. "Oh, Mark must have mentioned it," I said, forcing a casual tone. Lena just smiled, that same unsettlingly slow smile. "Maybe, or maybe I just have a really good memory." She paused, her gaze fixed on mine, and for a fleeting moment, I saw something in her eyes, a depth that felt ancient and predatory, before it vanished behind a veil of innocent charm. "It is a beautiful spot, Alex. I can see why you like it so much." The rest of the hike was a blur. My mind was racing, trying to put the pieces together. She knew about my coffee maker. She knew about a private photo I would send to a friend. How was she hacking my phone? Was she stalking me? A thought sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the autumn chill. I made an excuse to cut the date short, claiming I had a sudden headache. Lena seemed understanding, but her eyes held a knowing glint that unsettled me even more. As she hugged me goodbye, her embrace lingered a little too long, a little too tight. I felt a cold breath on my ear as she whispered, "I had a wonderful time, Alex. I already feel like we know each other so well." That night, sleep was impossible. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to writhe. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I changed all my passwords, put tape over my laptop camera, and even turned my phone face down. It felt ridiculous, paranoid, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next day, I called Mark. "Hey, man," I started, trying to sound casual. "Did you, ever show that photo of the overlook to anyone, the one with the squirrel?" Mark laughed. "Nah, why? You worried about your artistic integrity?" "No, just curiosity. You sure you did not mention it to anyone? Or show it to a new girl you were dating?" "Nope. Just you, buddy." Why the weird questions? I mumbled something about a misunderstanding and hung up. My stomach dropped. It was not Mark. It was not a mutual friend. Lena had no way of knowing those things unless she was actively spying on me. I started digging. I went back to her Tinder profile. It was still there, but it was sparse. A few beautiful photos, a witty but generic bio. No linked Instagram, no Spotify, nothing that could give me a clue about her life beyond the curated images. I tried a reverse image search on her photos. Nothing. They seemed to be unique. I searched her name, Lena Petrova. It sounded vaguely Eastern European, but it was a common enough name. Page after page of search results yielded nothing that matched her. No social media profiles, no LinkedIn, no news articles. It was as if she did not exist outside of Tinder. The paranoia escalated. I started noticing things. My trash can, usually full of coffee grounds and food wrappers, would sometimes be inexplicably empty, even if I had not taken it out. Small items on my desk would be slightly shifted. A book I would left open would be closed, or vice versa. I started setting traps. A single strand of my hair across the doorframe, a piece of tape on a window. Every time, they were undisturbed. It only made it worse. It felt like she was so careful, so precise, that I could not even catch her. Or maybe I was just losing my mind. Then came the messages, not from Lena directly, but from unknown numbers. They were not threatening, not exactly. They were just observations. Looks like a quiet night in for you. Alex. Do not forget to lock your windows tonight. It is getting chilly. That new sweater really suits you. Each message sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I blocked the numbers, but new ones would pop up. They always came when I was alone, when I felt most vulnerable. I stopped answering calls from unknown numbers. I started looking over my shoulder constantly. I tried to tell my friends, but it sounded insane. This girl I met on Tinder knows things about me she should not. She keeps sending me creepy texts. I think she is stalking me. They tried to be supportive, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. Maybe you just misunderstood. Alex. Tinder's full of weirdos. Just block her. But I could not just block her. She was already in. She knew where I lived. She knew my routines. Blocking her felt like closing my eyes, not making her disappear. I decided I needed to confront her, but not directly. I needed to gather more information. I felt like a character in a bad horror movie. But this was my life, and the dread was suffocating. One evening, I decided to try and find where she lived. It was a desperate, foolish plan, but I felt I had no other choice. I remembered her mentioning a specific neighborhood, a trendy area with old Victorian houses. I drove around, feeling like a stalker myself, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and adrenaline. I saw her. She was walking out of a small art house cinema, alone. She looked radiant, oblivious. I parked a few blocks away and watched her. She walked with a graceful stride, her head held high. She turned down a quiet, tree-lined street. I followed, keeping a safe distance, my headlights off. She stopped in front of a beautiful old Victorian house, painted a deep, melancholic blue. There was a faint light in one of the upstairs windows. She pulled out a set of keys and unlocked the ornate front door. As she stepped inside, she paused, and for a split second she turned her head, looking directly towards my car, a faint, knowing smile on her face. My blood froze. She knew. She had to know. I slammed my car into reverse and sped away, my tires squealing, my heart hammering against my ribs. I felt like prey, caught in the headlights. I spent the next few days in a state of heightened panic. I called out sick from work. I barricaded my door with a chair. I slept with a kitchen knife under my pillow. Every shadow was Lena. Every creak was her footsteps. Then an email arrived from an unknown sender. The subject line was simply, "We need to talk." The body contained only my address, followed by a time Tuesday, 8 p.m. It was her. It had to be. My hands trembled as I read it. The message was not threatening, but the implication was clear. She was not just observing anymore. She was making a move. I knew I had two options: run or face her. Running felt impossible. Where would I go? She seemed to know everything about me. She would find me. So, I decided to face her. I would set up my own trap. I bought a small, discreet security camera and set it up in my living room, pointing towards the front door. I put my kitchen knife within easy reach, hidden behind a cushion on the couch. I made sure my phone was fully charged, ready to call 911. I even considered calling the police beforehand, but what would I say? A girl I went on 2 dates with might know too much about me, and she sent me an anonymous email telling me to meet her at my house. They would laugh me out of the station. Tuesday evening, the air in my apartment was thick with dread. Every minute dragged, stretching into an eternity. At 7:55 p.m., I heard a soft knock on my door. My breath caught in my throat. I clutched the knife, my knuckles white. Alex. Lena's voice was soft, melodic, echoing through the thin wood of the door. "Are you there? It is Lena." I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. "Come in," I called out, my voice raspy. The door opened slowly. Lena stood there, framed in the doorway. looking absolutely stunning in a simple black dress. She carried a small, elegant gift bag. "I hope I am not intruding," she said, her smile as perfect as ever. I just felt like we needed to clear the air. Clear the air about what? "Lena?" I asked, my voice firmer now, betraying none of the terror coiling in my gut. I kept my hand near the knife. She stepped inside, closing the door softly behind her. Her eyes scanned the room, lingering for a moment on the barely concealed security camera. A flicker of something, amusement perhaps, crossed her face. "But all this," she gestured vaguely, encompassing the room, "and perhaps my entire life, your suspicions." She walked over to my coffee table and set down the gift bag. "I brought you something, a housewarming gift, of sorts." I did not move. "How did you know about my coffee maker?" "Lena, and the photo I sent Mark." She sighed, a gentle, almost theatrical sound. "Alex, Alex, you are so predictable, and yet so delightful." She walked towards the window, looking out into the darkening street. "You want answers, and I am here to give them to you." She turned, her gaze locking onto mine. This time, there was no innocent charm. Her eyes were dark, fathomless pools, reflecting the dim light of my living room with an unnatural intensity. "I knew about your coffee maker because I was there when your sister gave it to you. I knew about the photo because I was there when you took it. And when you sent it to Mark, my blood ran cold." "What are you talking about?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. She took a step closer, then another. "I am talking about always being there, Alex. Always. You just never noticed me." Her voice dropped, becoming a low, hypnotic purr. "I have been watching you for a very long time. Long before Tinder. Long before you even knew what Tinder was." A sickening realization dawned on me. This was not stalking. This was something far, far worse. You are not human, are you?" The words escaped my lips before I could stop them. Lena laughed, a soft, chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Human. What an amusing concept. I am an admirer. A collector of interesting lives. And yours, Alex, is particularly fascinating." She was standing directly in front of me now. I could smell a faint, sweet scent from her, like old roses and something else, something metallic. My hand instinctively tightened around the knife. "Do not even think about it," she said, her voice still soft, but with an underlying steel that made my blood run cold. She seemed to read my thoughts, my intentions, as easily as breathing. "It won't work. Nothing will." She reached out, her fingers brushing my cheek. Her touch was cold, like marble. "You see, Alex, I have been cultivating you, guiding you, gently nudging you towards certain choices, certain paths. That specific coffee shop, for our first date, my suggestion, whispered into the subconscious of the barista you spoke to a week prior. That hike, I knew it was your favorite, your dating profile. I made sure it caught my eye, just as I made sure mine caught yours." My mind reeled. This was beyond anything I could comprehend. She was not a stalker. She was something ancient, something manipulative, a puppeteer pulling the strings of my life. "Why?" I managed to croak out. "Why me?" Her smile was slow, predatory. "Because you are special, Alex. You have a certain light about you, a certain vulnerability that makes you perfect for my collection." She paused, her gaze sweeping over me as if assessing a prized possession. "And now you truly see me. You know me. That is the most important part." She reached for the gift bag on the coffee table. My eyes were glued to her every move, my heart hammering like a drum. She pulled out a small, ornate wooden box, intricately carved with symbols I did not recognize. "This is for you," she said, extending it towards me. "A token of our burgeoning relationship." I stared at the box, then at her. The fear was paralyzing, but a desperate flicker of defiance ignited within me. I do not want anything from you." Her eyes narrowed, and for the first time, I saw a hint of genuine displeasure. "You do not have a choice, Alex. You are mine now. You always have been." Before I could react, before I could even raise the knife, she moved. It was not a lunge or an attack. It was a blur, a sudden shift in the air. One moment she was standing in front of me. The next she was behind me. A cold hand clamped over my mouth, stifling my scream. Another hand, surprisingly strong, pinned my arms to my sides. "Shh," she whispered into my ear, her voice a chilling caress. "No need for theatrics. This won't hurt much." I struggled, my muscles screaming, but her grip was iron. I could feel her cold breath on my neck, the faint scent of old roses and metal filling my nostrils. My vision started to blur at the edges. "That camera won't save you." "Alex," she murmured, her voice fading slightly, as if she were speaking from a great distance. "No one will. You are simply transitioning from one form of existence to another, a new addition to my collection." A sharp, searing pain exploded in my neck. It felt like 1,000 tiny needles, then a dull, spreading ache. My body went limp, the knife clattering to the floor, forgotten. I could feel a strange coldness spreading through my veins, a profound fatigue washing over me. My eyes fluttered, trying to stay open, but the darkness was pulling me in. The last thing I saw, through a rapidly dimming world, was Lena's face, close to mine, her dark eyes glowing with an unholy light, a triumphant, satisfied smile playing on her lips. Then, nothing. I do not know how much time passed. When I finally awoke, it was not in my apartment. I was in a vast, echoing space, dimly lit by an unseen source. The air was still, heavy, and carried that same scent of old roses and metal. I tried to move, but I could not. My body felt different. Stiff. Cold. I looked down, and through the gloom, I saw that I was encased in glass, a transparent coffin of sorts. My reflection stared back at me, pale and lifeless, my eyes wide with terror. Around me, stretching into the darkness, were countless other glass cases. Each one held a person, frozen in time, their expressions ranging from serene to utterly horrified, men, women, young, old, all perfectly preserved, like specimens in some macabre museum. I was one of them, a part of her collection. A soft hum filled the air, and then I heard her voice, echoing through the vast space, clear and resonant. "Welcome, Alex. Welcome to your new home. You will be very happy here. You are finally where you belong." And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very core, that I would never leave. I was just another curated life, a silent testament to Lena's insatiable hunger, forever trapped, forever watched, forever a part of her disturbing, eternal collection. And somewhere out there, she was probably swiping right on her next victim. Let us move ahead with the next chapter. The air in the daily grind was not just Arctic anymore. It felt like a vacuum, sucking the oxygen right out of my lungs. My heart hammered as Sarah, my Tinder date of less than an hour, purred, "You are thinking about your old dog. Buster, are not you?" She described his exact wiggle, his greeting. After I would only check the mail, a tender, deeply personal memory I would never consciously shared. This was not a deep connection, it was an invasion. My voice a pathetic croak. "I managed." "How could you possibly know that?" Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, her jade eyes gleaming like a cat, toying with a trapped mouse. "We are just so incredibly attuned, are not we?" She leaned forward, her gaze locking mine, as if physically rummaging through my skull. "You are trying to figure out if I stalked you," she stated, articulating my frantic thoughts about social media and privacy. "I came up empty, my digital footprint was meticulously guarded." "And you are coming up empty, are not you?" she triumphed. "Because it is not like that." "It is." Deeper. A fresh wave of terror hit as she plucked. Another thought from my mind. You're also thinking about how you need to get out of here right now. My breath hitched. She was right, but you are hesitating, she continued, because you are worried about being rude. And a small, terrified part is wondering if I will let you. The invisible chains tightened. This was not just mind reading, it was mind control. I tried to push my chair back, my voice a shaky whisper. I think I need to go. Her smile did not falter, but her eyes hardened. Oh, but we were just getting to the good part, she murmured, laced with possessiveness. You were about to tell me about your recurring dream, the one where my blood ran cold. The recurring dream, the one I barely ever thought about, let alone spoke of. It was not a nightmare in the traditional sense, no monsters or jump scares, but it always left me with a profound, aching sense of dread that lasted for days. It was a dream of an endless, silent forest. Ancient trees, so tall their canopies blocked out the sun, leaving the ground in perpetual twilight. The air was thick and still. No breeze, no bird song, just an oppressive quiet. I was always walking, searching for something I could not name, a destination I could not recall. And then, the feeling, the growing certainty that I was not alone, that something was following me, just out of sight, always a few paces behind, never catching up, never revealing itself, but its presence was a suffocating weight, a silent hunter, eternally patient. The terror was not in being caught, but in the eternal pursuit, the endless, hopeless flight through that silent, shadowed wood. How could she know that my mouth was dry, my throat a desert, my tongue felt like sandpaper? How? How do you know about that? I finally croaked, the words barely audible over the frantic drumming of my own heart. Sarah's smile widened, stretching her lips thin, almost unnaturally so. Her jade eyes, those impossible eyes, seemed to swirl with an inner light, reflecting the dim cafe around us like polished gemstones. Because I am there, of course, she whispered. Her voice a silken thread that wrapped around my ears, pulling me closer, even as every instinct screamed at me to bolt. I am always there, just behind you, always have been, waiting for you to finally turn around. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, trickling down my temples. My vision swam. This was not real. It could not be. This was a bad dream, a sudden onset of psychosis, anything but this. I needed to stand up. I needed to move, but my limbs felt heavy, anchored to the chair by some unseen force. It was like I was trying to run in quicksand, every effort only sinking me deeper. You are trying to rationalize it away, Sarah observed, her voice barely above a murmur. Yet it filled the entire space between us. Trying to convince yourself this is a prank, a trick of the light, a misunderstanding, but it is not, is it? You feel it. The truth, the connection. She leaned back, a picture of casual elegance, but her eyes never left mine, holding me captive. It is not just your thoughts. I see, it is your fears, your hopes, your memories, every little piece of you, laid bare. She paused, taking a slow, deliberate sip of her untouched latte. The clink of the ceramic cup against the saucer was deafening in the sudden, eerie silence. I glanced around the cafe, desperate for a witness, an escape route, a sign that the world outside this terrifying bubble still existed. The barista was wiping down the counter, humming softly. A couple sat by the window, engrossed in their phones. No one seemed to notice the silent drama unfolding at our table. Or maybe they just did not care. The thought twisted my gut. You are wondering why no one else is reacting, Sarah said, her voice a low purr. Why they do not see what I see, why they do not hear what I hear. It is simple, really. They are not attuned. They are not invited. Her gaze sharpened, and I felt a cold, invasive presence in my mind, like tendrils of ice spreading through my skull. It was not just reading my thoughts anymore, it was manipulating them. I tried to focus on anything else. The pattern on the table, the steam from her latte, but my mind kept snapping back to her, like a dog on a leash. You are thinking about your mother, she continued, her voice now softer, almost sympathetic, a chilling mimicry of comfort. How you never told her you loved her enough before she passed. The guilt that still gnaws at you, even after all these years. A raw, ragged gasp tore from my throat. That was a wound I kept buried deep, a grief so personal and profound it rarely surfaced. To have it dredged up so casually, so cruelly, by this stranger, it was too much. Tears welled in my eyes, not of sadness, but of sheer, unadulterated terror. And your father, she went on, unrelenting. The disappointment you saw in his eyes when you did not follow in his footsteps. The secret fear that he was right, that you are not good enough. Each word was a knife, twisting deeper, exposing the most vulnerable parts of my soul. I wanted to scream, to lash out, to make her stop, but I was frozen, trapped in her gaze, in the invisible web she had spun around me. My hands clenched into fists under the table, nails digging into my palms. A futile attempt to ground myself in reality. You want to leave, she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper, but you can't. Can you? Not yet. We have so much more to discuss. So much more to uncover. Her eyes gleamed. The good part, remember? A sudden, desperate surge of adrenaline, fueled by a primal scream of self-preservation, momentarily broke through the invisible bonds. I pushed back my chair with a jarring scrape that echoed loudly in the cafe. It was a loud, ugly sound, a desperate plea for attention. The barista glanced over, then quickly looked away as if accustomed to strange patrons. The couple by the window did not even stir. I said, I need to go. I choked out, my voice hoarse, a pathetic attempt at authority. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, threatening to give out beneath me. The table wobbled, sending a ripple through Sarah's latte, but she remained perfectly still, her smile unchanged, her eyes fixed on me. Are you sure? She asked, her voice still soft, but with an underlying current of steel that sent shivers down my spine. Because if you leave now, you will miss everything. All the answers you have been looking for, all the pieces of yourself you did not even know were missing. I did not care about answers. I did not care about missing pieces. I just wanted to be free. I stumbled backward, away from the table, my eyes darting towards the exit, a beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness. The cafe door, just a few yards away, felt like a mile. You are wondering if I will follow you, she continued, her voice a melodic hum. If I will chase. But I do not need to, do I? Because you are already mine. You always have been. Her words were a physical blow, stripping away the last vestiges of my resolve, but I fought through it. I turned and bolted. Not gracefully, not with any semblance of dignity, but with pure, unadulterated panic, propelling me forward. My chair clattered to the floor behind me, but I did not care. I pushed past the couple by the window, earning a surprised grunt from the man, but I did not stop. I yanked the cafe door open, the bell above it jingling furiously, a mocking soundtrack to my escape. The street outside was bustling. Cars whizzed by, pedestrians hurried along, their faces illuminated by the glow of their phones. The cacophony of city life washed over me, a welcome assault on my senses. After the oppressive silence inside, I gasped in a huge gulp of cold, fresh air, my lungs burning. I was out. I was free. Or so I thought. I did not look back. I just ran. I weaved through the throngs of people, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My legs were aching, my lungs screaming, but I pushed myself harder. I ran until the cafe was a distant memory, a blur in the rearview mirror of my terror. I did not know where I was going. Just away. Away from her. I finally ducked into a small alleyway between two towering buildings, desperate for a moment to catch my breath, to collect my shattered thoughts. The air here was still and damp, smelling of garbage and exhaust fumes. I leaned against a cold brick wall, sliding down until I was huddled on the grimy pavement, my knees drawn up to my chest. My whole body trembled uncontrollably. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the image of her face, her sharp smile, those terrifying jade eyes. But they were burned into my retinas, flickering behind my eyelids. She knows everything. The thought echoed in my mind, a chilling mantra. After what felt like an eternity, I slowly opened my eyes. The alley was dark, save for a sliver of light from the street at its mouth. I was alone. I was safe. The thought brought a fragile wave of relief. But then, a voice, soft, melodic, utterly devoid of surprise, yet it sliced through the silence of the alley like a surgeon's scalpel. Are we playing hide and seek now? My head snapped up. There she was. Sarah. She was standing at the very end of the alley, where it met the street, framed by the faint glow of a distant streetlight. She had not run, she had not even hurried. She was just there, as if she had simply materialized. Her hands were clasped casually in front of her, her posture relaxed, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips. Her jade eyes glowed, reflecting the distant light, making them seem even more unnatural in the gloom. My blood ran cold, my breath hitched in my throat, refusing to come. She had not chased me. She had not needed to. She had just known. "You are a fast runner," she said, her voice carrying effortlessly down the alley, each word clear and precise. "But you can't outrun yourself, can you? And you certainly can't outrun me." Panic, raw and absolute, seized me. This was not human. Whatever she was, she defied all logic, all understanding. My mind scrambled for an explanation, any explanation, but came up empty. "You're trying to figure out how I got here," she continued, taking a slow, deliberate step forward, then another. Each step was unnervingly silent, her heels making no sound on the pavement. Did I take a shortcut? Did I teleport? Is this some kind of trick? She chuckled softly, a sound that grated on my nerves like fingernails on a chalkboard. "It is none of those things. I just am." Her words were a chilling declaration, a statement of inherent power that made my blood run colder than the Arctic air in the cafe. I scrambled backward, trying to put more distance between us, but the alley was a dead end, a trap. My back hit the wall again, and I was cornered. "You are scared," she observed, her voice imbued with a strange, almost childlike wonder, as if observing a fascinating specimen. "Good. You should be. This is important. This is the moment you truly understand." She took another step, and another. She was getting closer, her eyes fixed on mine, pulling me deeper into their unsettling depths. The faint streetlight behind her cast her in a distorted silhouette, making her seem taller, gaunt, almost monstrous. The recurring dream, she began again, her voice dropping to a low, hypnotic murmur. "The forest, the endless pursuit, that is us. That has always been us." My mind reeled. "What are you talking about?" I whispered, my voice barely a thread. "You have been searching for something, have not you?" she said. Her voice now closer, almost directly in front of me. She was mere feet away, her form now distinct in the gloom, her smile still wide, still chilling. "A connection, a purpose, someone to understand you, truly understand you, and I have been waiting, following, always just out of sight, waiting for you to finally be ready." She reached out a hand, her fingers long and slender, tipped with perfectly manicured nails. They were normal, human hands, yet they filled me with an inexplicable dread. I flinched, pressing myself further into the cold brick, trying to disappear into the wall. "Do not be afraid," she murmured, her voice laced with a bizarre tenderness that was more terrifying than any threat. "This is not an ending. It is a beginning. The beginning of us." Her hand reached my face, her fingers brushing my cheek. Her touch was cold, like marble, sending a jolt of ice through my veins. I wanted to scream, to pull away, but my body would not obey. I was paralyzed, utterly helpless. You have always felt incomplete, have not you? She whispered, her face inches from mine, her jade eyes burning into my soul, like a piece of you was missing. A vital part. And you were right. It was... But now... She paused, her smile widening even further, revealing those slightly too sharp teeth. Now, I am here to fill that void. A wave of nausea washed over me. What do you want? I choked out, the words ripped from my throat. Her eyes gleamed with a predatory light. Everything, she breathed, her voice a soft, venomous caress. I want everything. Your thoughts, your memories, your fears, your dreams, your very essence. We will be one. You will finally be complete. And I will finally be home. As she spoke, I felt a strange sensation, not of a physical touch, but of something invading my mind, a cold, creeping tendril unfurling inside my skull. It was not just reading anymore, it was merging. My own thoughts began to feel alien, distorted, as if they were no longer entirely my own. Memories, vivid and personal, flickered through my mind, but they were tainted, subtly altered by her presence. I saw Buster wiggling his tail, but in the background a shadowy figure lurked. I saw my mother's face, but her eyes held a hint of Sarah's unnatural gleam. The silent forest dream returned, but this time, the figure behind me was not just a feeling, it was Sarah, her jade eyes burning through the gloom, watching me. No, I screamed, a guttural sound torn from the deepest part of my being, a desperate, futile rebellion against the invasion. I thrashed wildly, finally breaking free of the paralysis, my hands pushing against her shoulders, trying to shove her away. But she did not budge. She was solid, immovable, like a statue carved from stone. Her smile remained, serene and terrifying. Such resistance, she murmured almost fondly. But it is pointless, my dear. You can't fight destiny. You can't fight us. The cold tendril in my mind expanded, spreading like an ink blot, consuming my thoughts, my identity. I felt my own memories, being sifted through, judged, absorbed. I felt my fears being amplified, twisted into something new and monstrous. My very sense of self began to fray, unraveling at the edges. Do not worry, she whispered, her voice now sounding strangely distorted, as if it were coming from inside my own head, yet still distinctly hers. It won't hurt for long. Soon, you will understand. Soon, you will be glad. We will be together, forever, and no one will ever leave us again. Her eyes, those terrifying jade eyes, seemed to grow, consuming my vision, becoming the only thing I could see. They swirled with an ancient, knowing malevolence, a hunger that stretched back through time. And then, I felt it. A final, agonizing wrench as something snapped deep within my consciousness. A profound sense of loss, of myself, of who I was. And in its place, a cold, calculating calm began to settle. A new awareness, sharp and precise, but utterly alien. My struggles ceased. My arms dropped to my sides. My breath came in shallow, even gasps. My eyes, I knew, were wide and staring. But the terror that had once filled them was gone, replaced by something else. Sarah's smile softened, becoming almost triumphant. She stepped back, her hand dropping from my cheek. She looked at me, really looked at me, her head tilted slightly, as if admiring a work of art. There, she said, her voice now perfectly clear, perfectly normal, yet it resonated with a power that shook the very foundations of my being. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I stood there, leaning against the cold brick wall, the alley dark around me. The smell of garbage and exhaust fumes was still there, but it did not bother me. Nothing bothered me. A frantic hammering of my heart had subsided. The terror was gone. A new thought, cool and clear, formed in my mind. We are one. I looked at Sarah. Her face seemed to shimmer, to shift, just for a moment. and I saw a fleeting reflection of my own face superimposed over hers. Then it was gone, but the connection, the understanding was absolute. She smiled at me. A genuine, warm smile, devoid of the predatory edge it had held moments before, and I found myself smiling back. It was not my smile. It was our smile. "Come," she said, extending her hand, not as a threat, but as an invitation. "We have so much to do, so many others to find." I reached out, my hand meeting hers. Her touch was still cold, but it no longer sent shivers down my spine. Instead, it felt familiar, like coming home. As we walked out of the alley, leaving the darkness behind, I felt a strange sense of contentment. The world outside seemed brighter, sharper, more vibrant, but it was not the world I knew. It was a world seen through new eyes. Our eyes, and the silent forest, the endless pursuit. It was still there, deep within my mind. But now, I was not running. I was the one doing the chasing, and I knew, with absolute certainty, that I would always catch what I was looking for. Because we were finally together, and we were never letting go. Now, let us continue with the next story. You know, sometimes you just get tired of being alone. That was me a few months back. My last relationship had fizzled out, leaving me with that familiar ache of emptiness you try to ignore, but it just gnaws at you. So like millions of others, I turned to Tinder, swiping through faces, hoping to find something, anything, that felt real. Most of the time, it was just nothing. Awkward conversations, dead-end dates, or profiles that were clearly too good to be true. Then I saw Sarah's profile. Her pictures were stunning, bright, genuine smile, eyes that sparkled, a kind of effortless beauty that made her stand out. Her bio was witty, a little self-deprecating, and mentioned a love for old movies and hiking. It felt authentic. I swiped right, and to my surprise, it was a match. Our initial texts were easy, flowing. She seemed genuinely interested, not just in surface-level chat, but in deeper topics. We talked about our passions, our fears, even some of our past heartbreaks. It felt different. Hopeful. After a week of solid texting, we decided to meet up. A quiet coffee shop downtown, a place called The Daily Grind. Seemed safe, low-key, perfect for a first date. I got there a little early, ordered an iced coffee, and tried to calm my nerves. Dating always made me a little anxious, especially after things had not worked out with my ex. I just wanted a connection, you know? Someone who got it, someone to share life with. Then she walked in, and let me tell you, the pictures did not do her justice. She had this radiant energy, a warmth that filled the room. Her hair was a rich auburn, falling in soft waves around her shoulders, and her eyes, they were a startling shade of green, like polished jade. She was wearing a simple, elegant dress, and she moved with a quiet grace that made heads turn. She spotted me, her smile widening, and my heart actually skipped a beat. She walked over, her hand outstretched. "Hey," she said, her voice a soft, melodic sound. "You must be narrator's name." "Sarah," I replied, standing up, feeling a bit clumsy. "It is great to finally meet you." We settled into the small, round table, and the conversation picked up right where our texts had left off. She was engaging, funny, and she listened intently, her gaze never leaving mine. I found myself opening up, telling her things I would not normally share on a first date. It felt natural, like talking to an old friend. We laughed about silly things, shared our dreams, even commiserated about bad past dates. The hours just melted away. The coffee shop, usually bustling, seemed to quiet around us, as if the world was fading into the background, leaving just us. It was probably an hour and a half in, maybe two, when things started to shift. Subtly at first, almost imperceptibly, we were talking about a recent work project I had been stressing over, a big presentation I had coming up. "It is just a lot of pressure, you know," I said, taking a sip of my coffee. I keep replaying the whole thing in my head, trying to anticipate every question, every possible mistake. Sarah leaned forward slightly, her green eyes locking onto mine. Her smile, which had been so warm, now seemed to hold a different kind of intensity. "I know exactly what you mean," she said, her voice dropping a little, becoming almost a whisper. "You are worried about that specific slide, are not you the one with the quarterly projections? You keep picturing it glitching out right as your boss is looking at you." My spoon clattered against my mug. I stared at her. "How did you know that?" She chuckled softly, a low, throaty sound. "Oh, just a lucky guess, I suppose. I am pretty good at reading people." But the way she said it, it was not a casual dismissal. It was almost knowing. A tiny prickle of unease started to spread through me, like a cold drop of water on my skin. I tried to shake it off. She was good at reading people. Maybe I would mention the quarterly projections in a text. Or my anxiety about the presentation had been obvious. I tried to rationalize it. "Yeah, well, you got me," I said, forcing a laugh. "That slide is my nemesis." She just held my gaze, her smile unwavering. "You know," she continued, her voice still that soft whisper, "I feel like I have known you forever. I can practically feel your thoughts. Can't you feel mine?" That was the exact moment, the actual setup. Her smile was still beautiful, her eyes still sparkling, but the words and the way she said them sent a genuine chill down my spine. It was not a flirty, playful line. It felt invasive, like she was not just saying she could feel my thoughts, but that she actually was. I tried to laugh it off again, but it felt hollow. Well, I do not know about feeling your thoughts, but I definitely feel like we are hitting it off." I tried to steer the conversation back to normal, to something safer. "So, you mentioned you like old movies. What is your favorite classic?" She did not miss a beat, but her answer was not about movies. "You are thinking about your dad right now, are not you?" she said, ignoring my question completely. "The way he used to hum that old jazz tune while he cooked breakfast. You miss that, do not you? That feeling of warmth, of being completely safe." My breath caught in my throat. "My dad, passed away a few years ago, and yes, he did hum jazz tunes while cooking. It was a private memory, something I had not shared with anyone, let alone a Tinder date." My jaw tightened. This was not a guess. This was not reading body language. "Sarah," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "how could you possibly know that?" Her smile did not falter, but her eyes, they seemed to deepen, the green becoming more intense, almost glowing in the dim light of the coffee shop. "I told you," she said, her voice still soft but with an edge of something I could not quite place. "I can feel your thoughts, and not just your thoughts, narrator's name. I can feel your memories, your emotions, your very essence." A cold dread began to coil in my stomach, the kind of dread that makes your skin crawl and your heart pound against your ribs. I looked around the coffee shop. People were still moving, talking, laughing, but they seemed distant, their sounds muted, like I was suddenly encased in a soundproof bubble. Sarah was the only thing that felt real and terrifyingly close. That is impossible." I stammered, trying to sound confident, but my voice trembled. "You are just messing with me." She tilted her head slightly, her gaze unwavering. "Am I?" she asked, a hint of something like amusement in her tone. "You are remembering that time in high school. Are not you? When you cheated on that history test. The guilt still stings, even after all these years. You felt like such a fraud, even though you got away with it." My face flushed hot with shame, then went cold with terror. How could she possibly know that was a secret I would bury deep, something I would never told a soul? It was not just a memory, it was the feeling of it, the gnawing guilt, the fear of being caught, the hollow victory. She was not just stating facts, she was describing my internal experience with chilling accuracy. I pushed my chair back, a scraping sound that seemed deafening in the suddenly silent world. "I need to go," I said, my voice hoarse. "This is not funny." "Sarah." She did not move. Her eyes, those jade green pools, seemed to expand, drawing me in. Oh, but it is. Narrator's name, she purred, her voice now a silken rasp that vibrated through me, not just my ears, but through my very bones. It is fascinating. The texture of your regrets, the bitter tang of your loneliness, the vibrant, fiery spark of your hope, even after all the disappointments. I stood up fully, fumbling for my wallet, desperate to pay and get out. But my hands felt clumsy, my mind a jumble of fear and confusion. It felt like I was moving through thick mud, every action requiring immense effort. You are feeling that familiar emptiness again. Are not you, she continued, her voice weaving itself around my thoughts, making it hard to concentrate. The one that led you to me, the void left by a broken heart, a shattered trust. You thought someone could fix it, did not. You fill it up, but no one can truly fill a void from the outside. My head began to throb, a searing pain behind my eyes. It was like her words were not just being heard, but felt deep inside my skull. My entire life did not just flash before me, it was paraded, laid bare. Every humiliating moment, every regret, every lie. The skinny kid picked last for sports, the gnawing guilt of that cheated test, the last argument with my dad before he passed away, and then the loneliness, the aching void that had led me, like a lamb, straight to her. Around us, the diner patrons were frozen. I had not noticed it before. But now I saw them. A woman mid-laugh, a man reaching for his coffee, a child with a spoon halfway to his mouth. They were caught in mundane poses, transformed into horrifying echoes. Their eyes were vacant, their expressions fixed, like statues made of flesh. They are just like you. Narrator's name, Sarah whispered, her words resonating directly in my mind. Lost, searching, full of delicious stories. She gestured vaguely to the frozen figures. Each one a unique vintage, a blend of experiences, emotions, memories, all waiting to be savored. My blood ran cold. My life, my very essence, was just sustenance. And yours, she continued, her gaze burning into mine, yours is a particularly rich vintage. So much pain, so much despair, but also a resilience, a desperate need for connection. It makes for a truly exquisite flavor. Her abyssal eyes, twin voids in the dim coffee shop light, bore into mine. She was not just seeing my past, she was experiencing it, feeling my shame, my fear, my desperate emptiness. It was the ultimate violation, stripping away my soul, piece by agonizing piece. A cold dread settled over me, heavier than anything I would ever known. It was not just fear of death, but of erasure, of being consumed, my entire existence reduced to a flavor. I tried to fight, to cling to good memories, to anything that felt like me, but her tendrils were too deep. She was already inside me. I could feel her presence, a cold, probing sensation behind my eyes, at the base of my skull. It was like she was systematically unspooling my life, examining each thread, savoring each memory. I felt a dizzying disorientation as fragments of my past began to detach, float away, like leaves caught in a strong current. No, I gasped, the word barely a sound. I tried to push her away, to break eye contact, but I was paralyzed, caught in her gaze. My hands felt like lead, my legs would not move. She reached across the table, her hand moving with a slow, deliberate grace. Her talons, not sharp and pointed like an animal's, but long, slender fingers, tipped with perfectly manicured nails, rested lightly on my forehead. The touch was icy cold, but it sent a searing pain through my mind, stretching thin, my consciousness about to snap. "Do not worry," she purred, her voice now a low hum inside my head. "It will be over soon. And you will become a part of something beautiful, something eternal." I could feel my memories being pulled like threads from a tapestry. My first bike ride, the taste of my mom's apple pie, the warmth of a summer sun on my face. They were not just being remembered, they were being extracted. A gaping hole began to form where they once were. I felt a profound sense of loss, like pieces of my very identity were being ripped away. "You are scared," she murmured, her voice laced with a strange satisfaction. "Good. Fear adds a certain zest, does not it?" My vision blurred, the world around me spun, and the frozen patrons seemed to swirl, their vacant eyes staring into nothingness. I was next. Her alien breath, a metallic sweetness mixed with something ancient and putrid, filled my nostrils. Even though she was across the table, it was like I was breathing her. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted, my lungs burning. All I could feel was the invasion, the relentless plucking and pulling of my innermost self. My mind was a battleground, a desperate struggle to hold on to something. A name, a face, my own name. Then, a sudden, jarring sound, crash. A loud, shattering noise from the back of the coffee shop. A stack of ceramic mugs had toppled from a shelf, echoing through the unnatural silence. The sound seemed to break Sarah's concentration, just for a fraction of a second. The pressure on my forehead lessened. The hum in my head faltered. It was enough. In that tiny window, fueled by a primal, desperate instinct to survive, I found a sliver of strength. I lunged forward, not to escape, but to grab the nearest thing on the table, my iced coffee, with a desperate guttural cry. I flung the entire cup, ice, coffee, and all, directly into Sarah's face. She recoiled instantly, a sharp, hissing sound escaping her lips. Her hands flew up to shield her face, and the icy liquid splashed across her features. The moment her touch left my forehead, the mental connection snapped. The searing pain in my head receded, leaving behind a dull ache and a profound sense of disorientation. The coffee shop unfroze. The woman mid-laugh finished her chuckle. The man reached for his coffee. The child brought the spoon to his mouth. The sounds of conversation, the clatter of dishes, the whirring of the espresso machine all rushed back in, overwhelming my senses. Sarah was no longer smiling. Her face was contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, the jade green of her eyes now swirling with black. A single drop of coffee ran down her cheek, smoking faintly as it touched her skin. "You fool," she snarled, her voice losing its melodic quality, becoming harsh, guttural. "You just sealed your fate." But I did not wait. The paralysis was gone. My legs, though shaky, responded. I scrambled backward, knocking my chair over, and bolted. I did not look back. I did not care about my wallet, my phone, anything. All I cared about was getting away, as far and as fast as possible. I burst out of the daily grind, gasping for air, the cold afternoon wind a shock against my face. I ran blindly, not caring where I was going, just putting distance between myself and that coffee shop, between myself and Sarah. I could hear the distant sounds of the city, the honking of cars, the murmur of voices, but they all seemed distorted, unreal. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like jelly, until I collapsed in an alleyway, hidden behind a dumpster, shaking uncontrollably. My mind was a chaotic mess. Fragments of memories kept flashing, half-formed, like a broken projector. Did I really remember my dad humming that jazz tune? Or was it just a ghost of a memory, something she had shown me, or even taken from me? I felt hollowed out, like a vital part of me was missing. The deep, aching void, far worse than the loneliness I would started with. It was the feeling of a violated soul, of an essence plundered. I never went back to the daily grind. I deleted Tinder, deleted all my social media, changed my phone number. I even moved apartments, convinced that she would find me, that she would come back to finish what she started. But the worst part, the part that truly haunts me, is not just the fear of her return, it is the lingering feeling, sometimes late at night, when the house is silent. I feel a cold prickle at the back of my neck, a phantom pressure on my forehead. And sometimes, I catch myself thinking about a random person I see on the street, and I get a strange, unsettling urge. An urge to know their story, to delve into their deepest fears, their most cherished memories, to taste their essence, and then I wonder, did I truly escape? Or did Sarah leave a piece of herself inside me? A seed of her own horrifying hunger, waiting to bloom. I look at people differently now. Every smile, every laugh, every casual glance I see beyond it. I see the layers of their lives, the triumphs and the tragedies, the secrets and the lies. And sometimes, just sometimes, I feel a faint, almost imperceptible hum in my head. A whisper that says, so much flavor, so much potential, and that is when the real terror sets in. Because I do not know if I am just paranoid, or if I am slowly, inevitably, becoming just like her. A predator, searching for the next rich vintage, and I can't shake the feeling that one day I will see someone and the hum will grow louder and I won't be able to resist. And now the next part begins. The fluorescent hum of the all-night electronics store was a poor substitute for silence, but at least it was not my apartment. Not yet, anyway. My hands trembled as I stacked boxes of cheap security cameras into a cart, 4 of them, with sticky pads and motion sensors. A pathetic defense against a ghost, but it was all I had. My brain felt like a static-filled radio, buzzing with Lena. Lena, her dark eyes, her predatory smile, the way she seemed to know things, impossible things. I paid cash, avoiding eye contact with the weary cashier. He probably thought I was some suburban dad trying to catch a raccoon, not a woman fighting an invisible enemy who knew what kind of Cuisinart I owned. Out in the cold night air, my phone buzzed. It was Mark. I would call him after leaving the store, my voice a ragged whisper. He would insist that I eat something, get my mind off things, even for an hour. A normal dinner. A normal date. The idea felt like a cruel joke, but the thought of being alone, even in a temporary motel room, was worse. I am at Luigi's, he texted. Got us a booth in the back. Luigi's, a small, family-owned Italian place near the edge of town, one of our usual spots. It felt safe, familiar. A tiny island in an ocean of terror. I drove there, the camera boxes rattling in the passenger seat, each bump a jolt of anxiety. The first hint that my date with Mark was not going to be the escape I desperately needed came with the flickering streetlights outside Luigi's. They pulsed, cutting in and out, casting long, dancing shadows that made the familiar street look alien. Then, as Mark reached for my hand across the checkered tablecloth, a gesture meant to reassure. His phone buzzed with an anonymous text. He glanced at it, a frown creasing his brow, and I watched. My breath caught in my throat as his eyes widened slightly. He turned the screen towards me. It was a picture, a grainy, slightly blurred photo of the two of us, sitting right there in the booth, our half-eaten breadsticks, the red and white checkered tablecloth, the flickering streetlight visible through the window behind us, and below it, single line of text, enjoying your dinner. My name. My blood ran cold, then hot, then icy. The plate of spaghetti in front of me suddenly looked like a tangle of worms. The familiar scent of garlic and oregano turned cloying, suffocating. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Mark's hand, which had been warm and comforting moments before, now felt clammy in mine. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a horror that mirrored my own. "How is this possible?" he whispered, his voice barely audible above the gentle clatter of the restaurant. I could not answer. My throat was tight, choked with fear. This was it. This was not just guessing my coffee shop or my kitchen appliance. This was real time. This was now. We were here in a public place, and she was watching. She was everywhere. We did not touch our food again. We just sat there, frozen, staring at the phone, then at each other, then frantically scanning the restaurant. Every face was a potential Lena. Every shadow, a hiding place. The old woman in the corner, sipping wine. The young couple laughing over pizza. the lone man by the window engrossed in his phone. Any of them. None of them. We need to go. I finally croaked, pushing my chair back with a screech that made a few heads turn. Now, Mark nodded, already reaching for his wallet. He threw some cash on the table, more than enough, and we practically ran out, leaving the warmth and artificial normalcy of Luigi's behind. The flickering streetlights outside seemed to mock us, casting us into darkness, then revealing us again like a spotlight on a stage. The drive back to my apartment was a blur of hypervigilance. Every car that pulled up behind us, every pair of headlights in my rearview mirror felt like her. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. Mark, usually so calm, was a tense knot beside me, his eyes constantly darting to the side mirrors. "She can't be everywhere," he said, more to himself than to me. "She must have someone, an accomplice, who..." I snapped, my voice shrill. "And how did she know we were at Luigi's? How did she get your number? How did she get a picture inside the restaurant without anyone seeing her?" The questions hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. The impossibility of it all was what truly broke me. It defied logic, common sense, every law of physics. It felt supernatural, exactly as I had told Mark before. Like she just knew. When we finally pulled into my apartment complex, the familiar buildings looked sinister under the weak glow of the parking lot lights. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a death trap. But we had to go in. Those cameras were not going to install themselves. "Let us just get these up," I said, trying to inject some purpose into my voice. "Maybe they will catch something." Anything? We carried the boxes inside, the weight of them feeling like a shield I was desperately trying to erect. The moment I stepped through the door, the air felt thick, heavy, with an unseen presence. My skin crawled. The Cuisinart, sitting innocently on the counter, seemed to gleam mockingly in the dim light. It was a beacon. My beacon. "Okay," Mark said, trying to sound practical, but I could hear the tremor in his voice. "Where do you want them?" We decided on 4 key spots: the living room, facing the main entrance, the kitchen, covering the back door and the Cuisinart, the hallway leading to the bedrooms, and one outside my front door, looking down the corridor. Installing them was a tedious, nerve-wracking process. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the window, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Mark carefully peeled the adhesive backing, pressing the small, black cameras firmly into place. I watched the live feed on my phone, a grid of 4 static images that offered no comfort. Just empty rooms. Waiting. "All right," Mark said, wiping his hands on his jeans. "They are all up. They will record motion, and you can access the feed from your phone." He tried to smile, but it did not reach his eyes. "Now, let us get out of here. We can stay at my place tonight." The relief was immediate, but short-lived. Leaving felt like admitting defeat, like running from something I could not escape. But staying felt like waiting for the axe to fall. As we gathered our things, a new text message popped up on my phone. It was not from Lena, but it might as well have been. It was an anonymous number, just like the one Mark received. "Do not forget the Cuisinart. It is a classic, like you..." My breath hitched. My eyes darted to the stainless steel appliance, gleaming under the kitchen light. She knew. She knew we were leaving. She knew I would just looked at it. "She is in my head, Mark," I whispered, tears stinging my eyes. "She is in my head." Mark grabbed my hand, his grip tight. "She is not. She is just good. Too good. We need to think this through." We drove to Mark's apartment. Another desperate attempt at escape. His place felt safer, for a moment. He lived on the 3rd floor of an older building, no easy access, no back doors. But the paranoia had taken root so deeply within me that even the sturdy walls of his apartment felt like paper. I did not sleep. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, my phone clutched in my hand, refreshing the camera feed from my apartment. Empty. Always empty. But the Cuisinart was still there. a silent sentinel. Around 3 a.m., a new text came through, this time to my phone, from an unknown number. Sleep well. Or are you too busy watching the cameras you just installed? Silly girl. My heart seized. She knew. She knew I was watching. She knew I had not slept. This was not just surveillance. This was psychological warfare. She was playing with me, toying with me, enjoying my terror. Mark, I hissed, shaking him awake. She knows everything. He blinked, groggy, then saw the look on my face. He grabbed my phone, read the text, and his own face paled. How? He whispered, running a hand through his messy hair. There is no way. I did not tell anyone where we were going. You did not. She just knows. I repeated, the phrase a chilling mantra. We spent the rest of the night theorizing, desperately trying to find a logical explanation. A hidden microphone in my apartment, a bug in my car, a tracker on my phone. We checked everything we could think of, but found nothing. It was like chasing smoke. The next day, exhausted and terrified, we decided we could not just run. We had to try and catch her. Set a trap. She wants us to know she is watching. Mark reasoned, rubbing his temples. She wants us to be scared. So let us play into that. Let us make her think she is winning, then try to trip her up. The plan was simple, if desperate. We would return to my apartment. I would act as if I was going to stay there, go about my normal routine, but with Mark secretly watching from a vantage point across the street, recording with a high-powered camera. If Lena showed up, if she tried anything, he would catch her. It felt flimsy, like trying to catch a ghost with a butterfly net, but it was better than doing nothing. We drove back to my place in the late afternoon. The sun was setting, casting long, eerie shadows. My apartment building looked normal, impossibly normal. I told Mark to park a few blocks away, find a good spot, and wait. I would go inside, act natural, and wait for her move. As I walked up the 3 flights of stairs to my apartment, every step felt like I was walking into a trap. My hand trembled as I inserted the key, the click of the lock echoing unnaturally loud in the silent hallway. Inside, everything was exactly as we had left it. The cameras were still there, blinking their tiny red lights. The Cuisinart still gleamed. I walked through the apartment, trying to project an air of normalcy, as if I had not just spent the last 24 hours in a state of terror. I opened my laptop, pretending to work. I made myself a cup of tea, trying to keep my hands steady. Every few minutes, I glanced at my phone, checking the live feed from my cameras. Empty, always empty. Then, a text came through. Not from Lena, but from Mark. She is here, I think. My heart leaped into my throat. I stared at the phone, then at the window. Mark's text continued. There is a woman across the street, in a dark car. She has been sitting there for 10 minutes, just watching your building. Can't see her face clearly, but something feels off. I crept to the window, peering through a tiny gap in the blinds. I saw it, a dark sedan, parked just across the street, too far to make out details, but the car was definitely there, unnaturally still. My breath hitched. Was it her? Was this it? What do I do? I texted Mark, my fingers flying across the screen. Stay put. Do not react. I am filming. If she makes a move, we will have proof. The minutes stretched into an eternity. I sat there, frozen, alternating between staring at my phone, checking the camera feeds, and peeking through the blinds. The woman in the car remained still, a silent, terrifying vigil. Then, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was an unknown number. A picture. It was a photo of me, sitting right there at my kitchen table, peering through the blinds. My face was a mask of fear, my eyes wide and bloodshot. The caption underneath was simple, yet devastating, looking for someone. A guttural cry escaped my throat. I dropped my phone, It clattered to the floor, the screen showing my own terrified face. She was not across the street. She was here. Or she had been. Or she was everywhere. I scrambled back from the window, my mind racing. How could she take that picture? The cameras were on. They were facing out. They would have caught anyone entering. I stared at the live feed on my phone, which was still on the floor. 4 empty rooms, but then, in the corner of the kitchen feed, something flickered. A shadow. A reflection. I could not tell. My hands shook as I picked up the phone, zooming in on the image. Nothing. Just the empty kitchen, my Cuisinart, then the motion sensor for the living room camera went off. My breath caught. I switched to that feed, still empty. But the light on the camera itself, the tiny red LED, was off. It had been on moments ago. A cold dread washed over me. I clicked through the other feeds. The kitchen camera's light was off. The hallway camera's light was off. Even the one outside my front door. All dark. They were not just off, they were gone. The small, black cameras were no longer there. Just faint outlines on the wall where they had been stuck. My mind reeled. This was impossible. We had just installed them. I had been watching the feeds constantly. Another text message came through, this time to my phone, from the same anonymous number. You really think those little toys would stop me? So naive. Then, a video clip began to play. It was a shaky, first-person view, clearly filmed from inside my apartment. It showed my own hands, reaching up, carefully peeling the cameras off the walls, one by one. My face was not visible, but I recognized the faded blue sweater I was wearing. The slight tremor in my fingers. The video ended with the cameras being placed gently on the counter, right next to the Cuisinart. And then, a hand, long and slender, and crushed each camera, one by one, with a sickening crunch. The final shot was of the Cuisinart, gleaming, with the shattered plastic and wires of my pathetic defense scattered around its base. I screamed. A raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. She had been here, while I was sitting just feet away. She had taken them down, filmed herself doing it, and then destroyed them. My phone rang. It was Mark. What is happening? I just saw a woman leave your building, walking quickly. She got into that dark car and sped off. Was that her? Did you see her? She was here. Mark. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. She was inside. She took down the cameras. She filmed herself doing it. She sent me the video. There was silence on the other end. Then a shaky breath. That is impossible. You were watching the feeds. You would have seen her. I did not. I whispered, the full horror of it washing over me. I did not see anything. She was here, and I did not see her. The silence stretched, heavy and terrifying. Mark, the rational one, the one who tried to find logic, was finally speechless. He had seen the impossible with his own eyes. I stood in my kitchen, surrounded by the wreckage of my supposed security, the Cuisinart gleaming, a monument to her omnipotence. My apartment was no longer mine. My life was no longer mine. Lena was not just watching, she was inside. Inside my home, inside my head, inside every thought, every movement. She was a phantom, a whisper, a shadow that could manifest at will, unseen, unheard, untouchable. I looked at the shattered remains of the cameras, then at the Cuisinart. It felt like she had left a part of herself here, a dark, malevolent energy clinging to the mundane objects of my life. I could not stay. I could not go. There was no escape. The last text came moments later, a final, chilling blow. See you around, sweetie. Do not forget to smile. I sank to the floor, my legs giving out. My mind a whirlwind of terror and despair. The smile emoji, a symbol of warmth and happiness, now felt like a brand of pure evil. Lena was not just a stalker. She was a predator, and I was her prey. And the game, I realized with a sickening certainty, had only just begun. Another story rises in the sequence just for a split second, with a faint, unsettling luminescence, like something deep underwater, or from a place where the sun never touched. My breath hitched. The flickering lights overhead plunged the diner into momentary darkness again. Then when they returned, Chloe's face was back to normal. Her smile was sweet, her teeth perfectly even, her eyes a warm, inviting hazel. It was like nothing had happened. My mind, desperate to cling to normalcy, immediately tried to rationalize it away. A trick of the light, my nerves playing tricks on me. Lack of sleep, anything but what I would just seen. But the seed of unease, planted earlier, had just been watered with ice-cold dread, and it was growing fast. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence that now seemed to envelop our table. The clinking of cutlery, the low murmur of conversations, all the background noise that had been there moments ago was gone. The old man at the counter, the couple in the booth, the lone woman by the window, they were still frozen in time, their postures unnaturally rigid, like mannequins in a forgotten display. Alex. Chloe's voice cut through my internal panic, a soft melodic sound that somehow made my skin crawl. Is everything all right? You look a little pale. I forced a smile, a weak, trembling imitation of hers. Yeah, fine. Just the lights, they are really flickering tonight. I tried to laugh, but it came out as a strangled croak. Her gaze intensified, those hazel eyes seeming to bore directly into my skull. Oh, the lights are fine. Alex. They are just responding to the energy in the room. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, yet somehow it filled the entire, silent diner. And right now, there is a lot of energy, would not you agree? A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I could feel my pulse throbbing in my temples. This was not just a weird date anymore. This was something else. Something utterly wrong. The air around us felt thick, heavy, like breathing through water. I wanted to stand up, to run, to scream, but my limbs felt like lead. My feet were glued to the sticky diner floor. I do not know what you mean. Chloe, I stammered, trying to sound normal, trying to pretend I was not seeing what I was seeing, feeling what I was feeling. She chuckled, a low, guttural sound that was completely at odds with her beautiful face. It was the sound of a predator, satisfied and amused. Oh, I think you do. Alex, you are a very perceptive man. That is what I liked about you on Tinder. Most people, they are so dull, so predictable, but you had a flicker of something interesting. The word flicker echoed in my mind, bringing back the image of the lights, of her eyes, of her teeth. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. Look, Chloe, I think I should probably go. It is getting late. I tried to push my chair back, but it would not budge. It felt like it was bolted to the floor. I tugged harder, a frantic desperation seizing me. But it was useless. A cold dread washed over me. This was not just an illusion. This was physical. Chloe's smile widened, stretching further than any human mouth should. Her teeth, which had seemed normal moments ago, now appeared elongated, pointed, reflecting the dim, flickering light with an unnatural sheen. Her flawless skin seemed to tighten, to stretch, revealing subtle ridges and veins beneath the surface that had not been there before. Her dark hair, which had framed her face so elegantly, now seemed to ripple, almost to writhe, as if each strand had a life of its own. Going so soon, Alex. Her voice was deeper now, a resonant rumble that vibrated through the floorboards, through my very bones. But we have only just begun. We have not even gotten to the best part yet. I stared at her, my mind screaming in a silent panic. This was not Chloe. This was a nightmare-given form. The hazel eyes, once alluring, now glowed with that same deep-sea luminescence, and within their depths, I saw not pupils, but swirling inky voids, like miniature black holes. "What are you?" I whispered, the words barely audible. She laughed again, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement, or brittle bones snapping. The sound was deafening in the otherwise absolute silence of the diner. The old man, the couple, the lone woman, their faces were still frozen, but now their eyes seemed to follow Chloe, unblinking, unseen. They were not patrons. They were props. Or worse, I am what you seek. "Alex," she hissed, leaning even closer, her breath a cold, metallic tang on my face. "I am the answer to your deepest regrets, the one who sees the cracks in your soul and helps you fill them." My mind flashed back to her sharp questions on Tinder, her intense gaze during dinner, probing my past, my fears, my vulnerabilities. She had not been looking for a connection. She had been searching for something to feed on. You are not real." I choked out, shaking my head, trying to dislodge the horrifying reality from my brain. "This is a dream. A hallucination." She tilted her head, a movement too fluid, too unnatural for a human. "Oh, but it is very real. Alex, more real than anything you have ever experienced. And you are very much awake." Her hand, which had been resting on the table, slowly reached out towards mine. I saw the nails, once perfectly manicured, now elongated and obsidian black, tapering to needle-sharp points. I yanked my hand back as if burned, scrambling further into my stuck chair. "Stay away from me." A flicker of something akin to annoyance crossed her monstrous face, and the diner lights plunged into complete darkness. For a terrifying second, I was blind, disoriented, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. I could hear a soft scuttling sound, like insects moving across the floor or something much larger, dragging itself across the linoleum. Then, the lights flickered back on, but they were different. They were not the harsh fluorescence anymore. They were dim, sickly yellow bulbs casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed on the walls. The diner itself seemed to have changed. The checkered floor tiles were cracked and grimy, the booths torn and stained. A thick layer of dust coated everything, and a faint, cloying smell of decay hung in the air, mixed with something sweet and metallic, like old blood and wilting flowers. The charming, nostalgic diner was gone, replaced by a decaying, forgotten tomb. And Chloe, she was no longer sitting opposite me. She was standing beside the table, towering over me. Her form was taller, leaner, her limbs almost too long for her body. Her skin was no longer flawless, but mottled with patches of iridescent scales that shimmered in the dim light. Her dark hair now hung in tangled, slimy strands, and her face was a nightmare. The stretched smile was permanent, revealing rows upon rows of those needle-sharp teeth, like a shark's maw. Her eyes were still those swirling voids, but now faint tendrils of black smoke seemed to curl from their depths. "You can't leave." "Alex," she rasped, her voice a chorus of whispers, like 1,000 tiny voices speaking at once. "Not until you have given me what I want." I tried to push myself up again, to break free, but it was like I was caught in a sticky web. My chair was truly bolted, and my legs felt paralyzed with terror. I could only stare up at her, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "What do you want?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. She lowered her head, those abyssal eyes fixated on mine. "Your regret, Alex. The delicious bitter taste of it, the way it gnaws at your soul, that night with Sarah, the words you left unsaid, the apology you never gave, the way you let her walk away, knowing she was the one, and then the accident, all that beautiful, festering guilt. It is a feast." My blood ran cold. Sarah, my ex-girlfriend, the love of my life. She had died in a car accident 2 years ago, just weeks after we had a terrible fight, a fight where I would said unforgivable things, where I would let my pride get in the way of telling her how much I loved her. It was my deepest, darkest secret. the one regret that still tore me apart every single day. How could she know? How do you know about Sarah? I breathed, the horror of her knowing my deepest pain almost overshadowing the monster she had become. Her smile widened impossibly, revealing even more teeth. A low, pleased growl rumbled in her chest. "Oh, I know everything, Alex. I felt your longing, your sorrow, your yearning for a second chance, even through the digital static of your little dating app. You put it all out there, you just did not realize you were advertising to the right kind of connoisseur." A wave of nausea washed over me. She had not just been digging for small talk. She had been tasting my soul, sampling my pain, preparing to devour it. The entire Tinder profile, the witty banter, the charming date, it had all been a lure. I was the prey? "No," I whispered, shaking my head, tears blurring my vision. You can't have it." "Oh, but I can," she purred, her voice now a seductive, venomous hiss. Her long, scaled fingers, tipped with those black talons, reached out, not to touch me, but to hover inches from my chest. I could feel a strange, cold pressure, as if something invisible was reaching into my body. A sudden, sharp pain lanced through my chest, like a hook being plunged into my very core. Images flashed through my mind. Sarah's smiling face, the last argument, the sound of the phone ringing with the news, the crushing weight of grief and guilt. It was all there, vivid and raw, being pulled from me like a physical thing. I cried out, a strangled, guttural sound as the pain intensified, a searing agony that felt like my soul was being ripped from my body. "Stop it," I screamed, finally finding my voice, a desperate, animalistic shriek. I lunged forward, trying to break free, but the chair held me fast. My hands gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white. She ignored my pleas, her eyes glowing brighter, those smoky tendrils swirling faster. The diner around us seemed to twist and distort. The walls seemed to melt and reform, revealing glimpses of something dark and cavernous behind them. The air grew colder, the scent of decay stronger, and I could hear faint, echoing whispers, a chorus of suffering, all around me. "It is beautiful, is not it?" "Alex," she murmured, her voice a lullaby of horror. All that delicious anguish. So potent. So nourishing. I felt my strength draining away, my will eroding under the assault. The pain was unbearable, a spiritual agony that dwarfed any physical hurt. I felt myself slipping, my consciousness fraying at the edges. I was losing myself, piece by piece, to this thing. But then, a flicker of something else ignited within me. Not hope, not courage, but pure, unadulterated rage. Rage at being tricked, at being preyed upon, at this monster daring to touch the most sacred, most painful part of my being. Sarah was mine. My memories, my love, my regret, they belonged to me. And I would not let this creature steal them. With a desperate, primal scream, I slammed my fist down on the table, not in an attempt to break it, but to break myself free. The old, dusty pie plate, still sitting in front of me, rattled, my coffee cup, half full, sloshed, and then something incredible happened. As my fists hit the table, the entire diner shuddered. Not just the illusion, but the physical space. A crack, thin as a spider web, appeared in the grimy linoleum floor, extending from under my chair. The sickly yellow lights flickered violently. Then, one by one, they popped, showering sparks into the oppressive darkness. Chloe paused, her head snapping up, her abyssal eyes widening almost imperceptibly. A flicker of something new crossed her face. Not fear, but surprise, and perhaps a hint of frustration. "What was that?" she hissed, her voice losing some of its confident calm. I did not know. I did not care. All I knew was that something had shifted. The pain in my chest, while still present, had lessened, as if her grip had momentarily faltered. This was my chance. With a surge of adrenaline, I did not know I pushed again, harder, straining against the invisible bonds holding me. This time, the chair groaned. A loud, grating sound of tearing metal. The crack in the floor widened, and a deep rumble echoed from beneath us. "You are breaking the illusion, Alex," Chloe shrieked, her voice now a cacophony of enraged whispers. She lunged forward, her taloned hand shooting out, aiming for my face. I ducked instinctively, twisting my body, and with a final, desperate heave, the chair ripped free from the floorboards with a screech of tearing wood and rusted metal. I stumbled backward, falling to the grimy floor, but I was free. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The diner was a swirling vortex of shadows and decaying light. The frozen patrons were beginning to twitch, their bodies jerking unnaturally, their eyes rolling back in their heads. They were not just props anymore. They were something else, something being reanimated. "You can't escape," Chloe roared, her form growing even larger, her scaled skin now iridescent, shimmering with an unholy light. She floated towards me, her movements impossibly fast and graceful, despite her monstrous size. Her talons scraped against the floor, leaving deep gouges in the linoleum. I did not look back. My eyes darted around, searching for an exit. The front door, the one I had entered through, was still there, but it seemed impossibly far away, shimmering and twisting as if made of water. I ran. I did not know where I was going, just away from her. I stumbled over a torn booth, narrowly avoiding a flying chair that Chloe swatted aside with a casual flick of her hand. The air around me was thick with the smell of dust and decay, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling my head with the voices of despair. "Give in, Alex. It is easier that way. Let the regret consume you. She is right. You deserve this. You let her die." The voices were insidious, echoing my darkest thoughts, feeding on my guilt. They were Sarah's voice, my own voice, the voices of strangers, all condemning me. I clamped my hands over my ears, trying to block them out, but they were inside my head. I reached the counter, leaping over it, knocking over a stack of dusty plates that shattered with a deafening crash. The sound seemed to momentarily stun Chloe, who paused, her head cocked, as if listening to the echo. This was my chance. I bolted for the door, my legs pumping, my heart a terrified drum. The closer I got, the more distorted the door became, shimmering like a mirage in the desert. It felt like I was running through thick mud, each step a monumental effort. Chloe recovered, letting out a frustrated shriek that vibrated through the entire diner, shattering the remaining light bulbs. The room was plunged into near total darkness, illuminated only by the faint, unholy glow emanating from Chloe's body. "You will not leave, Alex," her voice boomed, a chorus of angry whispers. I could feel her behind me, a cold gust of wind sweeping past, the scrape of her talons on the floor. She was gaining on me. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and in the swirling darkness, I saw her, a massive, shadowy figure, her numerous teeth glinting, her abyssal eyes burning like twin hellfires. She was reaching for me, her taloned hand outstretched, ready to snatch me back. With a final, desperate burst of adrenaline, I threw myself at the door. My hand slapped against the cold, metallic surface of the handle. It was real. It was solid. I twisted it, praying it was not locked. It turned. I yanked the door open, not caring what was on the other side, just knowing it had to be better than this. A blast of cold, clean night air hit my face, and I stumbled out onto the sidewalk, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. I did not stop. I ran down the street, not looking back, not daring to. I could hear a faint, high-pitched shriek behind me, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage and frustration, followed by a heavy, sickening thud that shook the ground beneath my feet. I did not stop running until my legs gave out, until I collapsed on the cold pavement 3 blocks away, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. My body was shaking uncontrollably, every nerve ending screaming. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, trying to process what had just happened. Eventually, I forced myself to sit up, my eyes darting around the familiar, mundane street, the distant glow of city lights, the faint hum of traffic, the chill of the night air. It was all real. I was back. I was out. But something was different. The world seemed muted, less vibrant. The vibrant colors of the city lights seemed dull, the sounds muffled, and I felt hollow, as if a part of me, a deep, painful part, had indeed been torn away. The phantom pain in my chest was still there, a dull ache that resonated with the gnawing emptiness inside me. I slowly made my way home, my mind a chaotic mess of horrifying images and disbelieving thoughts. I tried to convince myself it was a nightmare, a bad trip, anything but what it was. But the memory of Chloe's transforming face, her abyssal eyes, the decaying diner, the feel of my soul being ripped from me. It was all too vivid, too real. I never went back to that part of downtown. I never used Tinder again. Every time I see a profile picture that is too perfect, or read a bio that is too witty, a cold knot of fear tightens my stomach. To this day, I still feel the phantom ache in my chest. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is dark and silent, I hear it. A faint, low chuckle, like dry leaves skittering across pavement, or brittle bones snapping. And I see it, in the darkest corners of my vision, a faint, unsettling luminescence, like something deep underwater, or from a place where the sun never touched. I escaped that diner, but I know, deep down, that Chloe did not just want my regret. She wanted me, and a part of me, a part of my soul, is still trapped in that decaying diner, forever feeding her insatiable hunger. I am just waiting for the day she comes back for the rest. And I know, with chilling certainty, that next time, I won't be so lucky. And now the next part begins. Hey everyone, Alex here, and I've got a story for you. A story about a date. A first date, actually, the kind you hope will be fun, maybe a little awkward, but ultimately lead to something. What I got instead, well, it was something alright. Something that still crawls under my skin every time I think about it, which is pretty much all the time. It started like a lot of things do these days with Tinder. I would been swiping for a while, mostly just procrastinating, not really expecting much. It was a Tuesday night. I was on my couch, watching some old movie I would already seen a dozen times, and decided to give the app a quick look. That is when I saw her. Chloe. Her profile picture was pretty standard. I guess a smiling selfie, good lighting, maybe a little too perfect, but not in an obvious way, like she would spent just enough time on it to make it look effortless. Her bio was short, witty, nothing that screamed, red flag, just something about loving old diners and late night talks. I remember thinking, cute, a little retro. I swiped right, and almost instantly, I got that satisfying little notification, it is a match. We started talking, of course, and that is where things started to feel different. Not bad different, not at first, just intense. She was incredibly quick with her replies, almost like she was waiting for my messages. Her humor was sharp, but her questions were even sharper. She would ask about my day, but then she would follow up with something that made me feel like she was digging deeper than just polite small talk. Like, if I mentioned being tired, she would ask, tired from what, really? Is it the job, or something deeper, something you carry? I brushed it off as her being perceptive, maybe a little too forward, but I was also intrigued. It was refreshing, in a way, to have someone actually listen and seem to care about the nuances of my answers. After a few days of this, she suggested we meet up. There is this amazing old diner downtown, she messaged, the kind with red vinyl booths and a jukebox that actually works. We could grab some coffee, maybe a slice of pie. It sounded perfect. Safe, casual, and exactly the kind of place I actually loved. I agreed. We set a time for that Friday night. I remember getting ready, feeling that familiar mix of nerves and excitement. I picked out a decent shirt, tried to tame my hair. You know, the drill. I drove downtown, the city lights blurring past, and pulled into the diner's parking lot. It was a classic, just like she said. Neon sign flickering, steam rising from the vents, that comforting smell of fried food and stale coffee in the air. I walked in, and she was already there, sitting in a booth by the window. She looked even better in person. Her hair was a dark, rich brown, falling in waves around her shoulders. Her skin was flawless, almost luminous. And her eyes, those hazel eyes, even from across the room, they seemed to hold a particular intensity, a depth that was both alluring and a little unnerving. She smiled as I approached, a wide, genuine smile that reached those eyes. "Alex, right?" she said, her voice smooth, a little low. "Chloe, thanks for coming." "Of course," I replied, sliding into the booth opposite her. "Thanks for picking the place." "It is great." We ordered coffee and pie, just like she suggested. For the first few minutes, it was exactly what you would expect from a first date. We talked about work, about hobbies, about what we like to do for fun. She was charming, witty, and seemed genuinely interested in everything I had to say. She laughed at my jokes, and her laughter was light, like wind chimes. But then, slowly, subtly, things started to shift. It began with the other patrons. The diner was not packed, but it was not empty either. There was an old man nursing a coffee at the counter, a couple in a booth near the back, and a lone woman reading a book by the window. I had not really paid them much mind, but as our conversation continued, I started to notice how still they were, almost unnaturally still. The old man had not taken a sip of his coffee in what felt like 10 minutes. The couple had not moved, had not spoken, had not even glanced at each other. The woman's book lay open, unread. It was like they were frozen in time, or maybe just waiting. I tried to dismiss it. Maybe it was a slow night. Maybe they were just deep in thought. My imagination, probably. But a tiny seed of unease had been planted. Chloe, meanwhile, was still talking, her voice a soothing murmur. But her questions were getting more personal again. "What drives you, Alex? What keeps you up at night?" she asked, leaning forward slightly, her eyes fixed on mine. "What is the one thing you wish you could change about your past?" I stammered a bit, trying to come up with a light, non-committal answer. "Oh, just normal stuff. Regrets. Everyone has them, right?" She just smiled, a small, knowing curve of her lips. "Of course. But some regrets, they linger. They become a part of you, do not they?" Her gaze was so intense. I felt like she was looking right through me, into places I kept locked away. And that is when I really noticed it for the first time. The fluorescent lights above us flickered, a soft, almost imperceptible stutter. And in that brief, dim moment, her hazel eyes seemed to shimmer just for a split second, with a hint of something else. A flicker of deep violet, then electric blue, almost like a nebula. I blinked, and they were hazel again. Just the lights, I thought, trying to reassure myself. Old diner, old wiring. But then the flickering became more frequent, more pronounced. Each flash seemed to stretch her smile a little wider, just for a fraction of a second, revealing teeth that seemed sharper. A little too numerous, like a trick of the light, an optical illusion. My heart started to beat a little faster. And then there was the smell. It started faint, almost masked by the diner's usual aroma of grease and coffee. But as Chloe continued to talk, as the lights continued to strobe, it grew stronger. A metallic scent, thick and cloying. Like old blood and ozone, the smell right after lightning strikes. It filled my nostrils, making my stomach clench. "Are you sure you want to go, Alex?" Her voice, a silken whisper, cut through the frantic thrum vibrating through my very bones. I must have made some unconscious movement, a slight shift in my seat, signaling my discomfort. My chair scraped against the linoleum floor, a desperate cry for help, swallowed instantly by the diner's strange, dead quiet. But I was not going anywhere. Chloe's grip on my wrist was an iron band, cold, yet pulsing, with an unseen, non-human energy that hummed against my own pulse, threatening to override it. We have barely begun. Her hazel eyes, now swirling galaxies of impossible hues, violets bleeding into electric blues, shot with molten gold, pulled me in, threatening to unravel me. My mind screamed, every instinct shrieking to run, but my body was frozen. I tried to pull away, but her grip tightened, a silent warning. The metallic scent, thick and cloying like old blood and ozone, filled my nostrils. Do not fight it. Alex, she leaned closer, her breath surprisingly warm, despite the cold emanating from her grip. It is so much more enjoyable if you simply let go. She was not talking about pleasantries. She was talking about feeding. A shiver, deeper than any cold, snaked down my spine. I was trapped, utterly, irrevocably trapped. With a gentle tug, she pulled me back down. My chair shrieked again. The other patrons, the old man, the couple, the lone woman, remained perfectly still, vacant-eyed, like mannequins posed for a macabre diorama. They could not help me. Chloe's fingers finally released my wrist, but the phantom pressure remained, a cold imprint on my skin. Her smile never wavered, her impossible eyes still swirling. "Tell me, Alex," she purred, "what is your deepest regret?" The question hit like a physical blow, so sudden, so profoundly wrong. My mind reeled. "Do not worry," she continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. "I already know." "It is," she paused, her gaze drilling into me, and then she delivered the words that shattered what little composure I had left. "It is about your little sister, is not it? The bike, the argument, the accident." My breath hitched. My sister, Lily. She was gone. Years ago. A stupid, childish argument over who got to ride a new bike, and then the road, the car. It was the darkest, most painful memory I carried, a wound that had never truly healed. How could she possibly know? I had never told anyone the full story, the specific details of that day, the crushing guilt I still felt. Chloe's smile widened, not in a friendly way, but in a way that showed she was savoring my shock, my pain. Her eyes swirled faster, the colors deepening, becoming almost hypnotic. "You told her you hated her," she whispered, her voice laced with a strange, dark satisfaction. "You told her you wished she would just disappear. And then she did." A cold dread spread through me, colder than anything I would ever felt. It was not just that she knew it was the way she knew. The way she articulated the raw, ugly truth of my guilt, of my final hateful words to Lily. It was like she was pulling the memory directly from my mind, replaying it, dissecting it for her own perverse enjoyment. "The guilt," she continued, leaning back slightly, her head tilted, observing me like a specimen. "It is a heavy burden, is not it, Alex? A constant ache. A whisper in the back of your mind reminding you of what you could have done, what you should have done, the what-ifs that haunt your sleep." Each word was a scalpel, peeling back layers of scar tissue, exposing the raw nerve endings of my grief. I wanted to scream, to lash out, to deny everything, but no sound would come. My throat was tight, my chest burning. It felt like an invisible hand was squeezing my heart, draining the life out of me. Her impossible eyes glowed brighter, reflecting the wild, strobing lights of the diner. The metallic, ozone smell intensified, becoming almost suffocating. It was then I realized what she was doing. She was not just talking about my regret, she was feeding on it. My despair, my guilt, my profound sorrow, it was her sustenance. I could feel it, a subtle but undeniable drain, like a slow leak from my very soul. A cold emptiness began to spread from my chest, hollowing me out from the inside. Her smile grew more ecstatic, her features becoming sharper, more defined, almost predatory. The vibrant colors in her eyes pulsed with an eerie life. She was getting stronger, more vivid, more real, while I felt myself fading. And the loneliness, she purred, her gaze softening. But it was a cruel, manipulative softness. That is part of it too, is not it. The fear of connecting, of loving again, only to lose them, to be the cause of their loss. To be alone with your guilt. She was right. She was terrifyingly, intimately right. My life since Lily's death had been a series of guarded connections, shallow relationships, a constant fear of letting anyone get too close. The Tinder date, this very encounter, was a desperate, tentative step out of that self-imposed isolation. And now, this thing, this entity, was turning it all against me. I looked around the diner again, desperate for any sign of life, any flicker of recognition from the other patrons. But they were still frozen, their eyes vacant, their expressions eerily neutral. Were they like me? Had they been drained too? Were they just empty husks, left behind after Chloe had feasted on their deepest sorrows? The thought was almost as terrifying as Chloe herself. "Do not worry, Alex," she said, her voice now a low hum that vibrated through the booth, through my very bones. "It is a gift, in a way, to truly face your deepest pain, to let it go." Her words were supposed to be comforting, but they only intensified the horror. She was not offering solace, she was offering the final, agonizing release of my suffering, as she consumed it. I felt a profound chill, a coldness that seeped into my bones. A deep, pervasive emptiness. It was like the part of me that held the memory of Lily, the part that carried the guilt, was being carefully, surgically extracted, not forgotten, no, never forgotten, but the feeling of it, the raw, agonizing emotion, was being siphoned away. I felt lighter, but not in a good way. Lighter in the way a bone feels after the marrow has been scooped out. Hollow. Chloe's eyes, now a swirling vortex of molten gold and deep, cosmic purple, seemed to hold the entire universe of my grief within them. Her smile was beatific, terrifyingly serene. She closed her eyes for a moment, a slow, languid blink, as if savoring the last drops of a fine wine. When she opened them, the impossible colors had receded slightly, replaced by a softer, though still unsettling, hazel. The fluorescent lights steadied, no longer strobing wildly. The metallic scent began to fade. She looked sated, content. She leaned forward again, her touch on my hand light, almost gentle now. "There," she whispered, her voice back to that smooth, human tone, though still with an underlying resonance that sent shivers down my spine. "Do not you feel better, Alex?" Lighter. I could not speak. I could only stare, my mind reeling, trying to process what had just happened. I did feel lighter, in a way, the suffocating weight of the guilt, the constant ache of the regret. It was not gone, but it was distant, like a memory of a pain, rather than the pain itself, but the emptiness it left behind was terrifying. It was a void where a fundamental part of me used to be. The old man at the counter stirred. The couple in the back exchanged a quiet word. The lone woman flipped a page in her book. The diner sound slowly, almost imperceptibly, returned. The clatter of dishes from the kitchen, the soft hum of the refrigeration unit, a distant siren from outside. It was like the world had been paused, and now it was slowly starting to play again. Chloe stood up, her movements fluid and graceful. "Well, this has been enlightening," she said, her smile still present, but now with a hint of something mischievous, something satisfied. "Thank you for the date, Alex." She reached into her purse, pulled out a $20 bill, and laid it on the table. "For the pie," she added, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. I had a wonderful time. Then she turned and walked towards the door. I watched her go, my body still frozen, my mind a jumbled mess of fear and confusion and a strange, profound emptiness. She reached the door, paused, and looked back at me. Her eyes, for just a moment, flashed with that impossible swirl of colors. Again, a fleeting promise, or a lingering threat. She winked, a slow, deliberate movement, and then she was gone. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, the phantom pressure of her grip still on my wrist, the fading scent of ozone still in my nostrils. The diner was back to normal, or at least what I perceived as normal. The old man paid his bill, the couple got up to leave, the lone woman closed her book. No one seemed to notice the silent horror that had just unfolded. No one looked at me strangely. They were just people. Eventually, I managed to push myself out of the booth. My legs felt weak, like I would just run a marathon. I stumbled out of the diner, into the cool night air. The city lights seemed brighter, sharper, almost painfully so. I got into my car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the key in the ignition. I drove home in a daze, the world outside feeling alien and distant. When I finally got back to my apartment, I collapsed onto the couch, staring blankly at the wall. The emptiness inside me was profound, unsettling. The memory of Lily was still there, the facts, the details. But the crushing, soul-deep pain, it was muted, dulled, and that, in itself, was a new kind of horror. It has been months since that night. I have not been on Tinder since. Every time I see a profile that is a little too perfect, a smile that is a little too wide, eyes that hold a little too much intensity, a cold dread washes over me. I see Chloe everywhere. In the corner of my eye, in the reflection of a shop window, in the faces of strangers. I know it is not her, not really. But the fear is real. Sometimes, late at night, when the silence is too loud, I feel that emptiness inside me, that space where my deepest regret used to reside, and I wonder what else did she take? What other parts of me did she consume just to sate her own horrifying hunger? I am not sure what she was, or what she wanted beyond my pain, but I know this: she is out there, and she is looking for her next meal. She is probably swiping right on someone's profile right now, charming them with witty messages, telling them about an old diner with red vinyl booths and a jukebox that actually works. And she is waiting to ask them, what is your deepest regret? And if you ever hear those words, especially on a first date, in a quiet diner, with lights that flicker and a strange metallic smell in the air, run. Just run, because I did not, and I will never be the same. The next story is ready to begin. My chair scraped against the checkered floor, a desperate, grating cry for help that was swallowed instantly by the strange, dead quiet of the diner. But I was not going anywhere. Chloe's grip on my wrist was an iron band, cold and unyielding, yet beneath her skin, I felt a faint, pulsing warmth, like a trapped, frantic heartbeat. It was not human. It was something else entirely. An unseen energy that hummed against my own pulse, threatening to override it. "Are you sure you want to go, Alex?" Her voice was a silken whisper, but it cut through the buzzing in my ears, through the frantic thrum that now vibrated not just through the floor, but through the very bones in my body. We have barely begun. Her eyes, those unsettling hazel eyes, were swirling faster now, not just with nebular colors, but with a kaleidoscope of impossible hues, deep violets bleeding into electric blues. Shot through with streaks of molten gold, they were like tiny, contained galaxies pulling me in, threatening to unravel me. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered wildly, strobing the diner in a dizzying sequence of light and shadow. Each flash seemed to stretch her smile wider, elongating it beyond human possibility, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, a little too numerous. My mind screamed. Every instinct shrieked at me to run, to fight, to do anything. But my body was frozen. It was like I was caught in a nightmare where my limbs would not obey, where my voice was snatched away before it could form a sound. I tried to pull away, to wrench my wrist free, but her grip tightened, a silent warning. The pulsing energy intensified, and a wave of nausea washed over me, stronger than before. The metallic scent, which had been a faint background note, now filled my nostrils, thick and cloying like old blood and ozone. Chloe did not release me. Instead, she leaned closer, her breath surprisingly warm and sweet, ghosting across my ear. "Do not fight it, Alex. It is so much more enjoyable if you simply let go." Her words were a chilling invitation, a promise of something unspeakable. "We have so much to discuss, so many experiences to share." She was not talking about pleasantries. She was talking about feeding. A shiver, deeper and more profound than any cold, snaked its way down my spine. I was trapped, utterly, irrevocably trapped. With a gentle, almost playful tug, she pulled me back down. My chair screeched again, a metallic shriek that echoed in the unnatural silence. The other patrons, the old man hunched over his coffee, the couple in the booth by the window, the lone woman reading a newspaper remained perfectly still, like mannequins posed for a macabre diorama. Their eyes were vacant, fixed on nothing, and I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that they could not help me. Brenda, the waitress, still stood by the counter, her back to us, her silhouette stark against the flickering kitchen lights. Utterly oblivious, or perhaps utterly part of it, Chloe's fingers, long and slender, finally released my wrist, but the phantom pressure remained, a ghostly brand. She laced her fingers together on the table, her smile never wavering, those eyes still swirling with their impossible colors. "Tell me, Alex," she purred, her voice a low vibration that seemed to resonate in the very air around us. "What is your deepest regret?" The question hit me like a physical blow. It was so sudden, so intimate, so profoundly wrong. My mind reeled, scrambling for an answer, any answer. But the words would not form. How could she know to ask something like that? It was not a casual conversation starter. It was a probe, a direct assault on the most vulnerable parts of my psyche. "Do not worry," she continued, seeing my confusion. "I already know, but hearing you say it, feeling you confront it, that is where the true flavor lies." My stomach churned. The metallic scent intensified, and I realized with dawning horror that it was not just in the air, it was inside me, a bitter taste at the back of my throat. It was the taste of my own fear, my own despair being drawn out. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, though I knew no one else in the diner would hear. "It is the night you did not go to your grandmother's house, is not it? The night she passed, you told yourself you were busy, that there'd be other times, but there were not, were there?" You replay that moment over and over, the phone call, the guilt, the "what if I had just?" Her words were a scalpel peeling back layers of carefully constructed denial, exposing a raw, festering wound I rarely allowed myself to touch. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My breath hitched. How could she know that it was a private torment, a secret shame I carried? Her eyes, those swirling cosmic pools, seemed to brighten, to feed on my sudden anguish. A faint, almost imperceptible hum emanated from her, a low, contented drone. Her smile stretched even wider, and I felt a profound sense of violation, like she was not just seeing my memories, but tasting them, savoring them like a fine meal. "Oh yes," she breathed, a delicate flush rising on her pale cheeks. "That is a rich one." The sorrow, the guilt, the self-recrimination, exquisite. I tried to speak, to deny it, to scream, but no sound came out. My throat felt constricted, dry. My hands trembled under the table, clenching into useless fists. This was not just a psychological game, it was something far more insidious. She was literally drawing my emotions out of me, consuming them. I felt a strange, hollow ache in my chest, as if a vital part of me was being siphoned away. The diner began to change. The flickering lights became more erratic, plunging the space into near darkness before flaring back to an unbearable brightness. The shadows danced, elongating, twisting into grotesque shapes that writhed on the walls and ceiling. The chrome on the counter seemed to ripple. The red vinyl of the booths bled into a deeper arterial crimson. Even the air itself felt heavy, viscous, like breathing underwater. "And your greatest fear, Alex?" Chloe asked, her voice now laced with an undeniable excitement, a predatory thrill. "Is it the dark? Heights? Or is it something more existential?" She did not wait for an answer. She already knew. Her gaze pierced through me, straight to the core of my being. "It is the unknown, is not it? The vast, terrifying void beyond our comprehension. The idea that everything you believe, everything you hold dear, could be meaningless. That there are things out there, things like me, that defy all logic, all reason, things that could simply erase you." A jolt of pure terror shot through me. She was not just speaking my fear, she was manifesting it. The shadows around us seemed to deepen, to coalesce, forming indistinct shapes that shifted at the periphery of my vision. The diner stretched, the walls receding into an endless, inky blackness, punctuated only by the strobing lights that now seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The silent patrons, previously frozen, now seemed to lean in, their vacant eyes fixed on me, on my terror, as if they too were spectating, waiting for the main event. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the steady, unsettling thrum emanating from Chloe. The metallic taste in my mouth was overwhelming, and I felt a strange lightness, a dizzying sensation that made it hard to focus. I was being drained, stripped bare. "Your curiosity, Alex," she continued, her voice now a low, melodic purr. "Your yearning for the unknown, that is what drew you to me, is not it? You seek the truth behind the shadows, the legends, the whispers. And now, you have found it. But the truth, it can be quite consuming." She reached across the table, her hand moving with unnatural speed. Her fingers, long and delicate, brushed against my cheek, and a cold dread, worse than anything I would felt so far, washed over me. Her touch was icy, like marble, yet it burned with an internal cold fire. It was not just a touch, it was an invasion. I felt a direct connection, a siphon opening, drawing out something fundamental from me. My vision blurred, the diner spun. The metallic scent was now so intense, it felt like I was drowning in it. I saw flashes of my life, not as memories, but as fleeting, colorful sparks being pulled away from me, absorbed by her, my first kiss, the joy of graduating, the sting of a childhood heartbreak, the quiet satisfaction of a solved puzzle. All these moments, these experiences, were ripped from my grasp, leaving behind an echoing emptiness. I gasped, a raw, choked sound that was barely audible. I was losing myself. I was literally disappearing, piece by piece. "No." I croaked, finally finding my voice, though it was thin and reedy, unfamiliar. "Stop." Chloe merely smiled, that too wide, unsettling smile. "But we are just getting to the good part. Alex, the raw, unfiltered emotions, the core of what makes you..." Her eyes were now almost entirely black, the nebular colors receding into pinpricks of light in an infinite void. "The fear is delicious. The despair, oh, the despair is truly exquisite." A low, guttural growl, deeper and more resonant than before, vibrated through the diner. It was not coming from Chloe directly, but seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the building, from the air itself. The lights went out completely, plunging us into absolute darkness, broken only by the faint, unearthly glow emanating from Chloe's eyes, and the faint, phosphorescent outlines of the frozen patrons. In the sudden darkness, the metallic scent intensified to an unbearable degree, and I felt a strange, sucking sensation, as if something was being physically pulled from my chest. A deep, agonizing ache bloomed there, spreading through my limbs. My body felt like an empty vessel, a hollow shell. "What are you?" I whispered, my voice barely a breath. Her smile was the only thing visible in the darkness, a crescent of impossible white teeth. "I am the hunger that precedes understanding. Alex. The truth that strips away pretense. I am what you sought, what you yearned for. And now, you are what I consume. The darkness was no longer just the absence of light. It was a tangible presence, pressing in on me, suffocating me. The indistinct shapes I would seen earlier now seemed to solidify, to press against the booths, to loom over the tables. They were vague, shifting entities, their forms fluid and ever-changing, but their presence was undeniable, their hunger palpable. Were these the remnants of other experiences, other dates? I closed my eyes, desperately trying to block out the horror, but it was useless. The images were burned into my mind, the sensations etched onto my very soul. I felt a cold, creeping numbness spreading through my body, starting from my extremities and creeping inward. It was not just emotional draining, it was physical. My limbs felt heavy, my head light. When I opened my eyes again, the diner was bathed in a sickly green light, emanating from no discernible source. Chloe was still across from me, but she had changed. Her skin was paler, almost translucent, and her features were sharper, more angular, like a predator refined to its most efficient form. Her eyes were no longer swirling galaxies, but twin abysses, bottomless and black, reflecting nothing, absorbing everything. You are fading, Alex, she observed, her voice now a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the very floorboards. Such a vibrant spirit, so much curiosity, so much fear. A truly magnificent meal. I wanted to scream, to lash out, but my body felt too heavy, too weak. My vision tunneled, the edges of the diner blurring into a distorted mess of green and black. The faces of the other patrons, now clearly visible in the eerie light, were no longer just vacant. They were skeletal, stretched, their eyes hollow pits. They were husks, and I was becoming one of them. The metallic scent was now unbearable, a taste of iron and ash in my mouth. I felt a final agonizing wrench in my chest, like a cord being severed. A gasp tore through my throat, and I felt a profound, terrifying emptiness settle within me. It was not just sadness or despair, it was the absence of everything. The absence of me. Chloe leaned back, a sigh of pure contentment escaping her lips. The sickly green light pulsed, and her eyes, those black abysses, seemed to glow with a malevolent satisfaction. She had feasted. My head lolled to the side. The energy was gone. The fear was gone. The curiosity, the yearning for the unknown, the regret, the shame, all of it, utterly devoured. I looked at my hands on the table. They were pale, almost translucent, and a faint phosphorescent glow seemed to emanate from my skin, mirroring the other patrons. I tried to move, but my muscles would not respond. I tried to think, but my mind was a blank slate, an echoing void. I was aware, vaguely, that I was still sitting there, but the I that was Alex, the person I had been, was no more. I was just a presence. An empty shell. Chloe rose from the table, her movements fluid and graceful, like a dancer. She walked around the table, her steps silent, and stopped beside me. She looked down, her black eyes studying my vacant face, and then a faint, almost pitying smile touched her lips. "Another one," she whispered, her voice a gentle, satisfied murmur. So many experiences to savor. She turned and walked towards the counter, towards Brenda, whose back was still turned. As Chloe approached, Brenda slowly, mechanically, turned around. Her eyes were empty, just like the other patrons, just like mine. But then, as Chloe reached her, Brenda's lips slowly, unnaturally stretched into that same, too wide, unsettling smile. The metallic scent hung heavy in the air, a testament to the feast. The diner, now bathed in a perpetual sickly green glow, seemed to hum with a low, satisfied energy. The patrons, including the new addition me, sat perfectly still, eyes vacant, forever trapped in a moment of perpetual consumption, their experiences now fueling something ancient and unspeakable. And as Chloe and Brenda, with their two wide smiles, began to move among the tables, adjusting a fork here, wiping down an already clean counter there, I felt a faint, distant echo of a thought, a chilling realization that was no longer mine, but simply was the diner never closed. And the menu was always expanding. The next story adds more to our time together. Do not bother, she would purr, amusement lacing her voice, a sound like silk tearing. You can't. And she was right. I could not. My body, which had been trying so desperately to lurch upward, to propel me away from her, was now just a heavy, unresponsive sack of flesh. It felt like I was wearing a lead suit, or maybe more accurately, like I was a lead suit, molded into this chair, a permanent fixture in the daily grind. My hands, which moments ago had been clenched into useless fists under the table, were now flat against my thighs, cold and unresponsive. Even my eyelids felt too heavy to blink properly. My gaze was locked on her, on those jade eyes that seemed to glow with an inner predatory light. The coffee shop around us, which had already felt like a stage for her personal horror show, now began to truly unravel. The clatter of mugs, the low hum of conversation, the faint scent of stale coffee and cinnamon, it all became muffled, distant, like listening to the world from inside a soundproof box. The other patrons, previously just ghosts, now flickered, their forms semi-transparent, their movements jerky and unnatural, like a corrupted video file. They were not just ignoring us, they were not even there in the same way we were. We were in a different dimension, a pocket of dread, carved out by her will. My heart, despite the paralysis, was hammering against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. My breath hitched in my throat. I tried to speak, to scream, to ask what she was, how she was doing this, but my jaw was clamped shut. All that came out was a faint, pathetic whimper that only I could hear. Sarah leaned forward, her smile widening just a fraction. It was not a human smile. It was too perfect, too still, like a doll's. "You are wondering if you are dreaming," she murmured, her voice a soft caress that still somehow cut like a razor. "You are wondering if you have gone insane. You are wondering if this is some kind of elaborate prank." It is not, darling. This is real. As real as the guilt you carry for your mother, as real as Buster's crooked tail, as real as the dream of the forest. She paused, letting her words sink in, each one a stone dropped into the void where my sanity used to be. "And you can't move because I do not want you to. Not yet. Not until you have truly seen me. Not until you have truly known me." Her gaze intensified, boring into me, and I felt it, a cold, invasive pressure behind my eyes, at the base of my skull. It was not just that she knew my thoughts, it felt like she was in my thoughts, rummaging through them, picking them apart, leaving trails of icy dread in her wake. My mind, my last sanctuary, was being desecrated. "You are thinking of that time," she continued, her voice now a whisper, barely audible above the fading din of the cafe. "The time you were 7. You would snuck out of bed past midnight to watch a horror movie your dad was watching, something you were not allowed to see. The one with the clown. You remember the clown? Do not you. Its painted smile, its dead eyes. You were terrified, but you could not look away. And then you heard a noise. A creak from the hallway. You froze, heart pounding, convinced it was the clown coming for you. But it was not the clown, was it? It was your mother coming to check on you. And you screamed, a raw, piercing scream that woke your dad, startled your mother, and made them both angry. You felt so ashamed, so stupid, so childish. The memory, so vivid, so precise, hit me like a physical blow. It was a forgotten fragment of my childhood, one I had not thought about in decades. How could she know that it was not a defining moment, not like the guilt for my mother, but it was mine? A small, embarrassing secret, and she had just plucked it from the depths of my subconscious like a particularly ripe berry. A tremor ran through me, a shiver that started in my gut and spread outward, making my teeth want to chatter. My eyes were still glued to hers, unable to break contact. It felt like she was feeding on my fear, on the violation, the way a vampire feeds on blood. The parasite description I would thought earlier was chillingly accurate. She was not just observing, she was consuming. "Oh, do not look so surprised," she chided softly, as if I would actually voice my thoughts. "You have always been so transparent to me, so easy to read, a book with all its pages laid bare." Her gaze drifted, just for a moment, to my chest, and I felt a sudden, sharp pang, a sensation of something being pulled from me, something vital and invisible. The void in my chest, which had been forming, now felt like it was actively being hollowed out, excavated by an unseen force. "You are wondering what I want," she continued, bringing her eyes back to mine. "It is simple, really. I want to be seen, truly seen. And you, darling, are the perfect vessel. So much fear, so much guilt, so much potential." Her words hung in the air, thick and suffocating, like a shroud. Potential for what? My mind screamed, but no sound escaped. My entire reality was collapsing inwards, like a dying star, and I was trapped at its crushing center. The flickering patrons of the coffee shop now seemed to be fading into complete transparency, their forms blurring, dissolving into the background. The sounds were gone. It was just us. Just her. "You know that dream?" she whispered, her voice growing even softer, more intimate, as if sharing a profound secret. "The forest, the endless, silent trees, the hunter always behind you, always just out of sight. You have had it since you were a child, have not you? Always the same. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig, the absolute certainty that something malevolent is following you, gaining on you, but you can never turn around, never catch a glimpse." My breath hitched again. The dream, my oldest, most persistent nightmare. She would already mentioned it, but now she was describing it with such exquisite detail, such intimate knowledge. It felt like she was narrating my own dream as I was experiencing it. And you asked yourself, in the dream, who is it? Who is the hunter? She paused, her smile returning, that cold, perfect, inhuman smile. "And I told you, did not I, because I am there, of course. I am always there, just behind you, always have been. But that is not entirely accurate, is it? Not anymore." Her head tilted, just slightly, a movement that was unsettlingly serpentine, because now I am not just behind you. I am across from you. I am inside you. And soon I will be all around you. A wave of nausea washed over me, so potent it made my eyes water. I could feel her presence not just in my mind, but physically, like an invisible weight pressing down on every inch of my skin, seeping into my bones. My skin crawled. My very essence felt exposed, vulnerable, like a snail without its shell. "You are trying to remember if you ever saw my face in the dream," she said, once again plucking the thought from my head before it had fully formed. "You never did." "Not clearly. Just a shadow, a sense of immense, ancient hunger. But you are seeing it now, are not you? My face. And you are seeing the hunger." Her jade eyes seemed to deepen, to swirl with an abyss like darkness. "And then I saw it. Or rather, I felt it." The glinting teeth, not just a flash, a trick of the light, but a profound, undeniable sense of sharp, pointed things, hidden just behind her lips, waiting. The smile was not just perfect, it was predatory. "I want you to turn around," she repeated, her voice dropping to a near inaudible murmur. Yet it resonated through my paralyzed body, shaking me to my core. "That is what you have always wanted to do in the dream, is not it? To face the hunter, to finally see what has been following you all this time. And now you get your wish." My body, which had been utterly unresponsive, suddenly felt a jolt. Not a jolt of freedom, but a jolt of impulsion. It was like an invisible hand had gripped my shoulders, twisting. I did not want to move. Every fiber of my being screamed no. screamed, "Do not look," screamed, "Run." But I was not in control. Slowly, agonizingly, my head began to turn. My neck muscles strained, protesting, but they were not my own. My eyes, wide and terrified, swept across the now completely vanished coffee shop. There was nothing there. Just a swirling, indistinct grayness like looking through thick fog. No tables, no chairs, no other people. Just the two of us, suspended in this terrifying, featureless void. My head continued to turn. Past the empty space where the wall used to be, past the spot where the door should have been. It felt like I was being rotated on an invisible axis, my head swiveling further and further, beyond what was physically possible. The muscles in my neck stretched and burned, but the movement continued, slow and inexorable. And then, I felt it. A presence. Behind me, the very air grew cold, heavy, thick, with an ancient, malevolent energy. It was the same feeling from the dream. The unseen hunter, but this time, it was not just a feeling. As my head continued its impossible rotation, my eyes caught a glimpse. A shadow. Not just any shadow, but a shape that seemed to absorb all light, a deeper black against the gray void. It was tall, impossibly slender, with long, spindly limbs that seemed to stretch into infinity. There were too many angles, too many joints, and it had eyes. Not jade eyes, but pinpricks of crimson light, burning in the darkness. My head was still turning, my gaze being forced to meet this impossible nightmare. I saw it fully now. It was not a creature of flesh and blood. It was a construct of shadow and fear, a living embodiment of the primal dread that had haunted me my entire life. Its head was small, almost insect-like, with those two burning red points. And its mouth, it was a jagged tear in the darkness, filled with row upon row of needle-sharp teeth, each one glinting with a hungry internal light. It was the hunter. It was the thing that had been following me, and it was terrifyingly, undeniably real. My head finally completed its impossible turn, coming to rest, facing fully backward. My body was twisted, contorted in a way that should have shattered my spine, but I felt no pain, only an overwhelming sense of violation and dread. And then, as if on cue, the shadow creature began to move. It did not walk. It seemed to flow, to undulate, its impossible limbs shifting and extending. It was coming closer, and as it did, I saw the connection. The crimson eyes of the shadow creature. They were the same color as the subtle, almost imperceptible gleam I would sometimes caught in Sarah's jade eyes, especially when she smiled. The teeth, they were the same shape, the same predatory glint I would sensed behind her perfect lips. It was her, or rather, it was what she truly was. The beautiful, alluring woman across the table was just a facade. Allure, a skin she wore. This nightmare creature, this hunter of souls, this ancient thing of shadow and teeth, was her true form. "You see me now, do not you?" Sarah's voice, impossibly, came from both directions. From the twisted figure across the table, and from the looming shadow behind me. It was no longer a whisper, it was a chorus, a symphony of ancient, hungry voices, resonating from the very fabric of the void. "You truly see me." The shadow creature was almost upon me now, its impossible form towering over my twisted body. I could feel its cold breath, the stale, metallic scent of ancient hunger. Its jagged mouth opened wider, wider, impossibly wide, revealing an endless maw of teeth and darkness. And then, as if a switch was flipped, my body was released. The paralysis vanished, but it was too late. I was still twisted, facing the horror behind me. My muscles screamed in protest as I tried to force myself forward, to break free, but it was like moving through thick mud. My limbs were heavy, unresponsive, betraying me. Sarah, the woman across the table, smiled, her perfect face alight with a horrifying triumph. Her jade eyes glowed, brighter now, reflecting the crimson pinpricks of the creature behind me. The teeth I would only sensed before were now undeniably present. just a subtle elongation of her canines, a sharper edge to her incisors. "And now that you have seen me," she purred, her voice a single, silken thread again, but laced with a chilling finality, "it is time for you to know me. Truly know me." The shadow creature lunged. I felt a searing, unimaginable pain erupt from my back, as if countless needles were piercing my flesh. But it was more than just physical. It was a violation of my very soul, a tearing, a ripping sensation that went beyond my body into the core of my being. I screamed, a guttural, raw sound that was instantly swallowed by the all-encompassing darkness. I felt myself being pulled, stretched, absorbed. The world fractured into a million shards of pain and terror. My memories, my identity, my very self were being consumed, ripped away, piece by agonizing piece. The guilt from my mother, the love for Buster, the fear of the forest. It was all being devoured, digested by an ancient, insatiable hunger. And through it all, I saw Sarah's face, her perfect, chilling smile, her jade eyes reflecting the crimson glow of the creature that was consuming me. She was watching, observing, delighting in my disintegration. She was the parasite, and I was her host, my life force, my very essence, becoming her meal. The void in my chest was not just forming anymore. It was complete, an emptiness that stretched into infinity, cold and dark. And then, as my consciousness began to flicker, to fade into the abyss, I felt a new sensation. A presence, not my own, but hers, settling into the empty space, making itself at home. The last thing I saw, as my vision blurred and the darkness claimed me, was a final, triumphant glint in Sarah's eyes. A glint that was no longer just jade, but a swirling, terrifying mix of jade and crimson. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that the hunter had finally caught its prey, and it was no longer just behind me. It was me. Now listen as the next story begins. "Ah, yes," she purred, her voice a silken rasp that felt less like a sound and more like a vibration directly in my inner ear, the little secrets we keep. "Alex." The tiny cracks in the facade we show the world. The pain in my head intensified, a searing brand that felt like an ice pick being driven through my brain, not just once, but repeatedly, twisting with each of Chloe's words. My entire life did not just flash before my eyes, it was paraded. Every embarrassing moment, every regret, every lie, every time I felt like I was not good enough, was not smart enough, was not loved enough, it was all there, vivid and raw, projected onto the inside of my eyelids like a grotesque personalized cinema. I saw myself, a skinny kid, getting picked last for dodgeball, the humiliation burning my cheeks. I saw the night I cheated on a test in college, the gnawing guilt that had never truly left me. I saw the argument with my dad, the last one we ever had before he passed, the words I wished I could take back screaming in my mind. And then, the loneliness. Oh, God, the loneliness, the empty apartment, the endless scrolling, the desperate desire for a connection that had led me like a lamb to slaughter, right to her. "You crave acceptance," Chloe whispered, her talons tapping lightly on the checkered tabletop, a sound like tiny bones clicking together. "You crave validation. You pretend to be strong, independent, but beneath it all, you just want to be seen, to be loved." Her glowing abyssal eyes, twin voids in the dim diner light, bore into mine, and I felt utterly exposed. There was no hiding. She was not just rummaging through my memories, she was experiencing them, feeling my shame, my fear, my aching emptiness. It was the ultimate violation, worse than any physical assault, because she was stripping away my very soul piece by agonizing piece. "And this," she hissed, a flicker of something almost like amusement in her alien gaze, "this is your masterpiece of self-deception, is not it?" A new image slammed into my mind, sharp and painful. The last relationship, the one that had ended so abruptly, leaving me shattered and untrusting. It was a wound I thought I would bury deep, plastered over with forced smiles and assurances that I was fine. But Chloe had found it, ripped it open, and was now savoring the fresh, raw pain. I saw his face, the way he would look at me that final day, the casual cruelty in his eyes. I felt the familiar ache in my chest, the sense of worthlessness that had lingered for months. You thought if you just kept searching, kept swiping, you would find someone to fix you, she crooned, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. Someone to fill that void. How deliciously naive. My stomach lurched again, bile rising in my throat. I could not speak, could not scream, could not even move. The invisible bonds held me fast, a prisoner in my own skin. Around us, the frozen patrons remained still, their expressions caught in a tableau of mundane life, now imbued with a horrifying new context. The old man, mid-sip of coffee, his eyes wide and vacant. A couple, mid-laugh, their smiles fixed and empty. The waitress, mid-pour, her hands suspended in air, the coffee pot forever tilted. They were not just statues, they were echoes. Shells, and I was next. Chloe leaned closer, the cloying metallic sweetness of her breath mixed with that ancient putrid undertone filling my nostrils. It was the smell of something utterly alien, something that did not belong in this world, something that had feasted on countless others like me. Your spark, Alex, she said, her voice dropping to a low, intimate growl, is not just vibrant because of your joys, your passions. It is vibrant because of your pain, your capacity for despair. The deeper the well of sorrow, the richer the vintage. And yours, my dear, runs very deep indeed. A cold dread settled over me, heavier than anything I would ever felt. It was not just fear of death, it was fear of erasure, of becoming one of these hollow figures. My life's tapestry unraveled, its threads consumed. The thought was unbearable. I tried to fight it, to push back against the invisible fingers still probing my mind, searching for more, always more. I tried to focus on something good, something real, something that was undeniably mine. My mother's laugh, the warmth of the sun on my face, the taste of my favorite meal, but Chloe's presence was too overwhelming, her tendrils too deep. Every positive memory felt tainted, every happy thought twisted into something ugly. Do not bother, she chided softly, as if reading my very thoughts. You cannot hide from me. Not now. Not when I am already so deeply within you. She shifted slightly, her long, slender fingers, tipped with those unsettling talons, now resting delicately on my forehead. It was not a comforting touch. It was an invasive one, like a surgeon's cold steel preparing for an incision. The pain in my head intensified to an unbearable crescendo, and then, slowly, started to recede, replaced by a strange, unsettling numbness. It was as if my mind, my very consciousness, was being stretched thin, like taffy, until it was about to snap. You see them, she gestured with a graceful sweep of her arm towards the frozen patrons. They thought they were just living their lives, having a simple breakfast, meeting a new friend, but they were all just waiting for their turn, for me to find them, to appreciate their unique flavors. Her gaze lingered on the old man, his face etched with a lifetime of worries, now utterly devoid of expression. He was a bitter vintage, she mused, full of regret and unfulfilled dreams. A challenging palate, but ultimately satisfying. Then, to the couple, their faces frozen in a jovial laugh, they were a sweeter, simpler blend, easily consumed. A light appetizer. My blood ran cold. She spoke of them like fine wines, like gourmet dishes, their lives reduced to mere sustenance for her monstrous existence. And I was her piece de resistance. The thought made me want to vomit, but my body would not obey. I was trapped, a specimen under a microscope, utterly at her mercy. What happens to them? I managed to choke out, the words raw and ragged, pushing through the suffocating fear. After you take it, Chloe's ghastly smile widened, a thin black tongue flickering between her needle-like teeth. They remain a monument to my artistry, perfectly preserved, A quiet testament to the beauty of the spark I have consumed. She paused, her eyes sweeping the room again, taking in her collection with a proprietary air. They are still, silent, and utterly empty. Their bodies mere shells, their minds blank slates, their essence woven into the tapestry of my being. The image of being an empty shell, a living corpse, was more terrifying than anything I could have imagined. To exist without being, to be a prop in her horrifying gallery. It was a fate worse than death, at least in death. There was an end, a release. This was eternal, silent imprisonment. No, I whimpered, a desperate, futile plea. Please, no. Do not do this. Her chuckle vibrated through my bones again, a low, guttural sound that was utterly devoid of humor. But I must, Alex. It is my nature, my survival, and besides, she leaned in even closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You chose this. You signed the contract. A simple swipe to the right. A single tap on a screen. Such a small gesture to give away so much. The irony was a bitter acid in my mouth. Tinder, a platform designed to connect people to alleviate loneliness, had become my personal gateway to oblivion. My desperate search for human connection had led me to something inhuman, something ancient and predatory. I did not know, I whispered, the words barely audible. I did not understand. Ignorance is no defense. Little spark, she purred, her talons now gently tracing the outline of my jaw, a chilling caress. The contract was clear. You sought connection. I offered it. You accepted. The terms were implicit, if not explicitly stated in your human tongue. The universe has its own language, Alex. And you, my dear, spoke it quite eloquently when you opened yourself to me. The numbness in my head was spreading, creeping down my neck, into my shoulders. It felt like my very nerves were being severed, one by one, disconnecting me from my own body. I could still feel the terror, the desperation, but it was becoming distant, as if happening to someone else. It was a horrifying disassociation, a prelude to the ultimate unmaking. Your fears, Chloe continued, her voice a hypnotic drone. Your regrets, your heartbreaks, they are the spices, Alex. The rich, complex flavors that make your spark so delectable, and I intend to savor every last drop. Her glowing, abyssal eyes, which had been fixed on mine, now seemed to draw inward, becoming even darker, even deeper, like tiny black holes that threatened to swallow all light. And then, I felt it. A subtle, almost imperceptible tugging sensation, deep within my chest. It was not pain, not exactly. It was more like an unraveling, a slow, gentle pull on something infinitely delicate and precious. It felt like a thread, a single luminous thread, being drawn from the very core of my being, and I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that this was my spark, my essence, my me. I tried to resist, to clench my metaphorical fist around it, to hold on to it with every fiber of my being. But it was like trying to grasp smoke. The thread continued to unspool, slowly, inexorably from my chest, through my throat, and up towards the point where Chloe's talons rested on my forehead. With each inch that thread was drawn out, I felt a piece of myself slip away. My memories, once so vivid and painful, began to blur. The faces of my loved ones, once so clear, became indistinct. The laughter, the tears, the joy, the sorrow, they all started to fade, like old photographs left too long in the sun. The colors of the diner, once muted, began to drain, becoming grayscale. The sounds, the distant hum of the refrigerator, the faint ticking of a clock became muffled, as if I were underwater. My sense of self, my identity, the very thing that made me Alex, was being siphoned away, leaving behind an echoing void. Such a beautiful light, Chloe murmured, her eyes now closed in what looked like ecstasy, her face tilted slightly upward, as if basking in a warm glow only she could perceive. The thin, black tongue flickered out again, tasting the air, tasting me. The pulling sensation intensified, becoming a gentle suction, like a vacuum cleaner, drawing up dust. But it was not dust. It was my soul. My consciousness was shrinking, retreating into a tiny, desperate corner of my mind, fighting against the inevitable. I saw flashes of my life again, but this time, they were distorted, faded, like corrupted data files. My first kiss reduced to a blurry smudge, my graduation day a silent, static image, my greatest triumphs now just faint whispers in a dying echo chamber. They were no longer mine. They were being recycled, repurposed, consumed. A whimper escaped my lips, but it felt distant, not truly my own. My body was becoming cold, not just externally, but from the inside out. A profound emptiness began to take root, spreading through every cell, every nerve, every thought. It was the antithesis of life, the absence of everything that made existence meaningful. The last thing I truly felt was a searing coldness as the final thread, the very last vestige of my spark, was drawn from my core. It was like a light being extinguished, not with a sudden snap, but with a slow, agonizing dimming, until only darkness remained. And then, nothing. No, not nothing. Worse than nothing. I was still here. I was aware. But I was not me. It was like being a hollowed-out shell, a ghost in my own machine. I could see the diner, still dimly lit, still filled with the frozen patrons. I could see Chloe, her smile now one of profound satisfaction, her abyssal eyes gleaming with renewed energy. She looked vibrant, almost radiating a dark, effervescent glow. She had feasted, and she was full. My body remained slumped in the booth, perfectly still, perfectly preserved. My eyes were open, staring blankly ahead, mirroring the vacant gaze of the old man across the room, the laughing couple, the suspended waitress. My face, I imagined, was frozen in an expression of quiet, hollow despair. I was pinned, not to a physical board, but to this moment, to this place, to this horrifying existence. My memories were gone, my emotions stripped away, my identity obliterated. All that remained was a silent, agonizing awareness of my own emptiness. I was a vessel, a discarded husk, forever trapped in a timeless tableau. Chloe rose from the table, her movements fluid and graceful, like a predator sated after a hunt. She smoothed down her dress, adjusted a stray strand of her impossibly dark hair. She glanced at me, one last time, a flicker of something that might have been pride in her eyes. "Another beautiful addition," she purred, her voice echoing in the vast, empty chamber that was now my mind. A perfect specimen. She walked slowly towards the diner door, her steps silent on the checkered floor. The bell above the door, which had remained stubbornly still when she entered, now gave a faint, almost imperceptible jingle as she passed beneath it. It was a sound that marked an ending, and a beginning. The diner remained as it was, a museum of the lost. The air still thick with the cloying, metallic sweetness, mixed with something ancient and putrid, a monument to Chloe's insatiable hunger. I was one of them now. An exhibit, a perfectly preserved butterfly, pinned to a board, forever silent, forever still. My spark, my vibrancy, my very essence, consumed to fuel the tapestry of her existence. And as the last vestiges of my conscious thought began to fray, dissolving into the encroaching void, I could almost hear the faint, distant chime of another phone, another swipe right, another desperate soul searching for connection, unknowingly signing their own contract with the entity that called herself Chloe. The silence that followed was absolute and eternal. Moving on to the next story. The air in the daily grind was not just arctic. It felt like a vacuum, sucking the oxygen right out of my lungs. My heart hammered as Sarah, my Tinder date of less than an hour, purred, "You are thinking about your old dog. Buster, are not you?" She described his exact wiggle, a deeply personal memory I would never consciously shared. This was not connection, it was an invasion. My voice a pathetic croak. I managed. How could you possibly know that? Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, her jade eyes gleaming. She articulated my frantic thoughts about stalking, then my desperate urge to flee, confirming her terrifying ability. But you are hesitating, she whispered, because you are worried about being rude. And a small, terrified part is wondering if I will let you. The invisible chains tightened. Then, the true horror unfolded. You were about to tell me about your recurring dream, the one where my blood ran cold. The dream of an endless, silent forest, a suffocating quiet, and the certainty of an unseen hunter always just behind me, eternally patient. How could she know? Because I am there, of course, she whispered, her voice a silken thread. I am always there, just behind you. Always have been, waiting for you to finally turn around. My body froze, anchored to the chair, as she explained she saw not just my thoughts, but my fears, hopes, and memories. The world outside our terrifying bubble seemed oblivious. No one else was attuned. She purred, her gaze sharpening, manipulating my very focus. Then, the final, cruel blow. You are thinking about your mother. The guilt that still gnaws at you, a raw, ragged gasp tore from my throat. This was not a date, it was an unraveling. I was laid bare, my deepest wounds exposed by a stranger, whose... And that is where my memory, the one I try so desperately to hold on to, always hits a wall. That is the last thing I can clearly recall before the world around me started to melt, before everything I thought I knew about reality just snapped. The guilt about my mother, it was a wound I carried deep inside, locked away, festering. A memory I had not even consciously thought about in years. A conversation, a harsh word, a slamming door, a regret that had burrowed into my soul. And Sarah, this woman I would met on an app less than an hour ago, just laid it out there, casual as ordering a latte. She did not just know I felt guilt. She knew the specifics. She knew the exact words I would said, the look on my mother's face, the way the light had caught the dust motes in the hallway that afternoon. It was like she was pulling a film reel directly from my brain and playing it for me, frame by excruciating frame. My breath hitched. My throat was dry, raw. I tried to speak, but no sound came out. My eyes darted around the coffee shop, desperately searching for anything. A friendly face. A barista who might notice something was wrong, a door, an escape. But it was like she said, was not it. No one else was attuned. The other patrons were just going about their business, oblivious, sipping coffee, tapping on laptops, chatting quietly. They were ghosts, mannequins, props in her personal horror show. And I was the star. It is okay, she whispered, her voice a soothing balm that somehow made the terror even worse. You do not have to say anything. I already know what you are thinking. She leaned forward, her elbows on the table, her sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. You are thinking about how you wish you could just disappear. How you wish this was all a terrible dream. But it is not. Is it? And you can't disappear from me. Not anymore. A cold dread seeped into my bones. A cold that had nothing to do with the Arctic air conditioning. This was not just mind reading. This was something far, far more intimate, more invasive. She was not just observing my thoughts, she was part of them. She was a parasite, feeding on my innermost self, and I had not even known she was there until now. You are wondering how long, she murmured, her jade eyes fixed on mine, unblinking. How long have I been attuned to you? Since before you were born, perhaps. Or did I simply find the perfect moment to slip in, when you were most vulnerable? Does it matter? She chuckled, a low, throaty sound that vibrated through the table and into my very core. What matters is that I am here now, and I am not going anywhere. My hands, which had been clenched under the table, were slick with sweat. I tried to move them, to just flex my fingers, but they felt heavy, unresponsive. It was like my body had decided to betray me, to surrender before I even had a chance to fight. "You want to ask me what I want?" she continued, anticipating every flicker of thought, every desperate question forming in my mind. "You want to know why I am doing this? It is simple, really. I want you to know me, to truly see me, just as I see you." She paused, letting the weight of her words hang in the air, thick and suffocating. And then she added, her voice dropping to a near whisper, "I want you to turn around. The dream, the endless, silent forest, the suffocating quiet, the unseen hunter always just behind me, eternally patient. And her, because I am there, of course. I am always there, just behind you, always have been, waiting for you to finally turn around." The words echoed in my head, now amplified, twisted. It was not just a dream. It was a premonition, a promise. And the hunter was not just behind me. In the dream, she was sitting right across from me, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying hunger. I tried to force myself to stand. My muscles screamed in protest, not from pain, but from some invisible, overwhelming resistance. It was like trying to walk through thick mud, but the mud was inside my own limbs. My chair felt like it was bolted to the floor, and I was bolted to the chair. "Do not bother," she said, a hint of amusement in her voice. "You can't leave." "Not yet. We are not finished." She reached across the table, her long, slender fingers closing around my wrist. Her touch was icy cold, like marble, but it sent a jolt of something akin to static electricity through me, paralyzing me further. "Besides," she added, her thumb slowly stroking the pulse point on my wrist, "you are still worried about being rude. Are not you? A part of you, deep down, is still trying to be polite to this person you met on Tinder." The absurdity of it, the sheer, mind-bending horror of being trapped by my own social conditioning, almost made me laugh. A hysterical, broken sound that would have dissolved into sobs, but I could not even manage that. "Let me show you something else," she purred, her eyes never leaving mine. And then it happened. The world around us, the coffee shop, the fake friendly chatter, the clatter of cups, it all started to distort. The lights flickered, not in a normal way, but like they were struggling to hold on to reality. The murmur of voices became a low, guttural hum, then a whisper of unintelligible words that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The faces of the other patrons, once indistinct, began to stretch, their features elongating, their eyes widening into black empty pools. Their movements became jerky, robotic, like broken automatons. My stomach lurched. This was not just in my head. This was real. Or she was making it real. She was warping my perception. Or maybe, just maybe, she was warping reality itself. "See?" she whispered, tightening her grip on my wrist. "They are not real. Not like us. They are just background noise. Illusions. And now, you are starting to see it too." A wave of nausea washed over me. I squeezed my eyes shut, desperate to make it stop, to unsee the horror. But her voice was still there, inside my head, clearer than ever. "It won't work. You can't unsee what you have already seen. You can't unknow what you now know. I am part of you now, and you are part of me." When I opened my eyes again, the coffee shop was gone. We were still at the table, but the walls were no longer painted a cheerful beige. They were dark, rough-hewn stone, dripping with moisture. The air was heavy, damp, and smelled of earth and something ancient, something metallic and faintly sweet. The light was dim, flickering from unseen sources, casting long, dancing shadows. And the silence was absolute, suffocating, the kind of silence that presses in on your eardrums, making them ache. The silence of the dream. "Where are we?" I croaked, the words barely a whisper. My own voice sounded alien in that profound quiet. Her smile widened, those two sharp teeth gleaming in the gloom. "We are In your head, of course, or rather, in our head. This is the forest, is not it? The one you have been running through for so long. My blood ran cold. This was it. This was the dream, manifested. The silent forest, the oppressive quiet, and the certainty of an unseen hunter. But now, she was not unseen. She was right in front of me, her grip still on my wrist, anchoring me to this nightmare. "You have been so scared," she said, her voice soft, almost sympathetic. "Running and running, always feeling me just behind you. A cold breath on your neck, the rustle of leaves that is not quite a leaf, the shadow that moves when you blink. You always knew I was there, did not you? Even when you tried to convince yourself it was just a dream." Tears pricked at my eyes, hot and stinging. It was true. Every word. The dream had haunted me for years, a persistent, gnawing fear that no amount of therapy or rationalization could ever fully banish. And now, the source of that fear was sitting across from me, smiling. "But it is time to stop running," she continued, her eyes boring into mine. "It is time to finally turn around, to face what you have been avoiding." I shook my head, a desperate, futile gesture. "No," I managed, my voice cracking. "Please, just let me go. Let you go." She tilted her head, a predatory gleam in her eyes. "Why would I do that? We have only just begun. Do not. You want to know what happens next? Do not. You want to understand why you have been running." She released my wrist, and for a fleeting moment, I felt a flicker of hope. But then she slowly, deliberately reached out and traced a finger along my jawline. Her touch was still icy, but now it felt like it was seeping into my skin, into the very marrow of my bones. "You see," she explained, her voice a low purr, "I am the part of you that you suppress, the fear you deny, the truth you refuse to acknowledge. I am the shadow that walks with you, always. And I grow stronger every time you run. Every time you push me away." My mind raced, trying to grasp onto some shred of logic, some scientific explanation for what was happening. Was I having a psychotic break? Was I drugged? But the clarity of her words, the precision with which she articulated my deepest, most unspoken thoughts, shattered any attempt at rationalization. "You are trying to find a way out," she observed, her fingers still tracing patterns on my skin. "A loophole, a reason, but there is not one, not anymore. Because I am not just in your head. I am your head. Or at least, a part of it that has finally decided to take over." She leaned in closer, her breath, surprisingly warm, ghosting across my face. "You remember that feeling, when you were a child, the fear of the dark, the monster under the bed, the shadow in the corner of your eye. That was me. Always. Waiting for you to be ready. My childhood fears, the ones I thought I would outgrown, suddenly rushed back with a vivid, terrifying intensity. The feeling of being watched, even when alone, the inexplicable chills, the sudden, irrational dread. It had all been her. She had been there, lurking in the periphery of my consciousness, an unseen presence, biding her time. "And now," she whispered, her face inches from mine, her jade eyes like twin emeralds burning in the gloom, "you are ready. You are finally, truly attuned." As she said the word, a jolt, not of electricity, but of pure, raw consciousness, shot through me. It was like a dam breaking, a floodgate opening in my mind. Suddenly, I could feel everything, not just my own thoughts, but hers, her ancient, cold, all-consuming hunger, her vast, terrifying knowledge, her infinite patience. I gasped, a sound torn from the depths of my being. My head throbbed, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information of her. It was like trying to contain an ocean in a teacup. "Yes," she breathed, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. "That is it. Feel it. Embrace it. The connection is complete." The stone walls of the forest around us began to shimmer, to dissolve. The profound silence cracked, and I could hear echoes of the coffee shop, distorted and distant, like sounds from another dimension. But I could also hear other things. Whispers, thousands of them, from countless minds. Fears, hopes, regrets, desires. They swirled around me, a cacophony of human experience, and I realized with a sickening lurch that these were not just her thoughts. These were my thoughts, and the thoughts of everyone else she had ever been attuned to. A vast, collective consciousness, all tied to her, all feeding her. "You are not alone anymore," she said, her voice now seeming to come from everywhere at once, from inside my own head, from the very air around me. "We are one, and now you can truly see." My vision blurred, then sharpened, colors becoming more vibrant, details more acute. But it was not just physical sight. I could feel the subtle currents of emotion in the distant coffee shop, the low hum of anxiety from a student cramming for an exam, the quiet joy of a couple sharing a secret smile, the lingering sadness of a man remembering a lost love. It was overwhelming, terrifying, and utterly consuming. "This is what it means to be attuned," she explained, her voice now a chorus of whispers in my mind. "To see beyond the veil, to truly understand the world, in all its beautiful, terrifying truth." My body felt light, ethereal, no longer bound by the invisible chains. But it was not freedom. It was something far worse. It was dissolution. My own identity, my sense of self, was eroding, merging with hers, with the vast, ancient entity that she was. "You asked for a date," she purred, her physical form shimmering, becoming less distinct, more translucent, "and I gave you one, the most intimate date you could ever imagine. A merging of souls, a union of consciousness." The coffee shop fully returned, but it was different now. The people were still there, but they were no longer just background noise. They were vibrant, their inner lives laid bare to my newly attuned senses. And they were all connected, in some subtle, invisible way, to her, to us. I looked down at my hands, and they felt alien. They looked like my hands, but the connection, the sense of ownership, was gone. It was like looking at a stranger's hands. "Now," she whispered, her voice a silken thread that wove through my very being, "it is time for the final step. It is time to turn around." The silent forest, the dream, was no longer a separate entity. It was here, now, in the coffee shop, in my mind, everywhere. I could feel the cold bark of trees, the damp earth beneath my feet, the crushing silence. And the presence, the hunter, was no longer just behind me. It was me, or rather, we were it. I felt an irresistible urge, a compulsion that was not my own, to look over my shoulder, to finally face what I had been running from for so long. Every instinct screamed, no. Every fiber of my being recoiled. But the command was absolute, undeniable. Slowly, agonizingly, I turned my head, and there, standing directly behind my chair, was nothing. No, that was not right. There was a presence, a vast, formless shadow that stretched out, consuming the space, absorbing the light. It was not a person or a creature. It was an absence, a void, and yet I could feel its immense power, its ancient patient hunger. And then, from within that shadow, 2 points of jade light flared, familiar, terrifying. Sarah's eyes, they were no longer in front of me, they were behind me, they were everywhere. "Welcome home," she whispered, her voice a multitude, a symphony of forgotten fears and endless longing. "You have finally turned around, and now you are mine." Completely, a final, agonizing surge of consciousness, a desperate, futile attempt to reclaim myself, tore through me, but it was swallowed, absorbed, dissolved into the vastness. My memories, my fears, my hopes, my very identity, they were all just threads now, woven into her tapestry. The coffee shop, the people, the world, it all faded, becoming a distant hum. I was no longer an individual. I was part of her, the hunter, the one who was always there, just behind you, eternally patient, and sometimes late at night, when the world outside is quiet and the shadows stretch long, I can still feel a faint echo of my former self, a whisper of a forgotten name, a ghost of a memory. But it is quickly silenced, absorbed by the chorus, because now I am the whisper. I am the shadow. I am the one who waits. And I am always there, just behind you, always have been, waiting for you to finally turn around. Your next story starts right here. Months of gnawing loneliness after my last relationship fizzled out, led me back to Tinder, a desperate search for something real. Most swipes were dead ends, just a parade of filtered faces and empty bios. But then Sarah's profile appeared. Her photos were radiant, a genuine smile that reached her eyes, and her bio was witty and authentic, a spark of genuine hope in the digital wasteland. Our initial texts flowed effortlessly, delving into passions and fears, a connection unlike any I would found online. After a week, we planned to meet at a quiet coffee shop, the daily grind. I arrived early, a familiar knot of anxiety twisting in my stomach, yearning for someone who truly got me. Then she walked in. She was even more breathtaking than her pictures. Auburn hair that seemed to catch the light just right, startling jade green eyes, and a warmth that filled the room. Our conversation picked up seamlessly, hours melting away as we laughed, shared dreams, and connected on a profound level. It felt like destiny, like talking to an old friend I would just met. But then, an hour or two in, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift. I was explaining my anxiety about a work presentation, specifically a slide with quarterly projections I feared would glitch. Sarah leaned in, her voice dropping to a low whisper, her gaze intense. "You are worried about that specific slide. Are not you the one with the quarterly projections? You keep picturing it glitching out right as your boss is looking at you." My spoon clattered. How could she know? A cold prickle of unease started to spread, despite my attempts to rationalize it. Her smile remained, unwavering. "I can practically feel your thoughts. Can't you feel mine?" The words were beautiful, yet utterly invasive, sending a genuine chill down my spine. I tried to pivot, asking about old movies, but she ignored me. "You are thinking about your dad right now. Are not you the way he used to? Hum Stardust off-key while he was making breakfast every Sunday morning." Her voice, still a low whisper, finished my unspoken thought. The air in the coffee shop, which had moments ago felt warm and inviting, suddenly turned arctic. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden, terrifying silence that fell between us. The clatter of other patrons, the hiss of the espresso machine, it all faded into a distant hum. All I could hear was my own ragged breathing and the blood rushing in my ears. How did you know that?" I managed to stammer, my voice barely a croak. My mind raced, frantically searching for an explanation. Did I mention it in a text? No. I was sure I had not. It was a private memory, a cherished, slightly embarrassing detail I would never shared with anyone, let alone a stranger from Tinder. Sarah's jade eyes, which had seemed so warm and inviting just minutes ago, now held an unnerving depth. A hint of something ancient, something knowing, flickered within them. Her smile, once so genuine, now felt like a predatory baring of teeth. "Oh, you know," she purred, her voice a silken rope tightening around my throat. "Just a feeling, a deep connection. Would not you say?" She leaned back, her posture relaxed, almost playful, as if she had not just peeled back a layer of my innermost soul and exposed it to the fluorescent lights of the daily grind. I, on the other hand, was rigid, frozen in my seat, my coffee long forgotten. The knot of anxiety in my stomach had twisted into a cold, hard stone. This was not just a deep connection. This was something else. Something terrifying. "No, I do not think I would," I said, trying to inject some firmness into my voice, but it came out weak, trembling. I needed to get out of here. Now. But my legs felt like lead. My brain screaming. Run, while my body refused to obey. Sarah chuckled, a soft, melodious sound that grated on my nerves. You are thinking about your old dog. Buster, are not you the way he used to chew on the leg of your grandmother's antique rocking chair? You felt so guilty about it, even though you were just a kid. My breath hitched. Buster, the rocking chair, the guilt, it was all true, every single detail. A memory I had not thought about in decades, dredged up from the deepest recesses of my mind, now laid bare by this woman I would known for a few hours. This was not a trick. This was not a coincidence. She knew. She was inside my head. Panic, cold and sharp, finally pierced through my paralysis. I pushed my chair back, a harsh scrape against the tiled floor that drew a fleeting glance from a couple at a nearby table. I think I need to go, I said, my voice hoarse. I just remembered I have a chinkatsu, an urgent thing to do. Sarah's smile did not falter, but her eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Oh, what urgent thing? You are thinking about how you need to get home, lock the door, and try to forget this ever happened. You are wondering if I am a witch, or a demon, or just completely insane. Every word was a hammer blow to my fragile composure. She was not just reading my surface thoughts, she was delving into my deepest fears, my rawest reactions. My face must have been ghost white, because even Sarah's unsettling composure seemed to crack a little. You are also thinking about calling the police, she continued, her voice losing its playful edge, becoming something colder, harder. But what would you tell them? My date knows what I am thinking. They would laugh you out of the station, and you are right, they would. I scrambled to my feet, almost tripping over my own chair. My hands were shaking so badly, I could not even grab my phone from the table. I really have to go, I repeated, backing away from the table, not daring to turn my back on her. My eyes darted around the coffee shop. No one else seemed to notice the terror etched on my face, the silent horror unfolding at our table. They were all too engrossed in their lattes and laptops. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Sarah rose slowly, gracefully, her movements fluid and unhurried. She did not follow me immediately, just watched me with those unsettling jade eyes. You know, I had a really lovely time, she said, her voice carrying across the now too quiet space between us. But you are right. You do have an urgent thing to do. You need to go home and think about me. Her words echoed in my ears as I practically sprinted out of the daily grind, the bell above the door jangling wildly behind me. The cool autumn air hit my face, but it did nothing to cool the burning fear that raged within me. I did not look back. I just ran. I did not stop until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands slick with sweat. I jammed the key into the ignition, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The engine sputtered to life, and I threw the car into reverse, peeling out of the parking lot with a screech of tires. I drove, not really thinking where I was going, just needing distance. Distance from her. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and disbelief. Was it some kind of elaborate prank? Hidden cameras. A friend of a friend who'd told her everything. No, impossible. The details she knew were too obscure, too personal. No one else knew about Buster and the rocking chair, or my dad humming Stardust. This was real. She really could read my mind. I drove aimlessly for what felt like an hour, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds, half expecting to see her car, or even her, somehow just there. But there was nothing, just the normal city traffic. Gradually, the adrenaline began to recede, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. I decided to go home. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was a one-off, a weird, unsettling coincidence. Maybe she was just incredibly perceptive, and I was just overly paranoid. Yeah, right. Who was I kidding? When I finally pulled into my driveway, the sun was beginning to set, casting long, eerie shadows across my front yard. My house, usually a sanctuary, now looked ominous. a silent witness to the terror that had been unleashed. I got out of the car, my senses on high alert. Every rustle of leaves, every distant dog bark, sent a jolt of fear through me. I unlocked my front door, my hand shaking so much I almost dropped the keys. I stepped inside, quickly locking the door behind me, engaging the deadbolt and then the chain. I leaned against it, breathing heavily, trying to calm myself. My apartment felt strangely cold, even though the heat was on. I walked through the living room, flicking on lights as I went, trying to dispel the shadows. Everything seemed normal. My couch, my TV, my stack of books. But the feeling of unease persisted, a phantom touch on the back of my neck. I went to the kitchen, poured myself a glass of water, and tried to gather my thoughts. Then I saw it. On my kitchen counter, right next to the fruit bowl, was a single perfect auburn hair, long, shimmering, unmistakable, Sarah's hair. My blood ran cold. I had not let her anywhere near my apartment. I had not even given her my address. How could she have gotten in? And when? Had she been here while I was gone? Or had she been here before I even left for the coffee shop? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I stumbled backward, knocking over the glass of water. It shattered on the floor, sending shards of glass and a cold puddle spreading across the tiles. I did not care. All I could focus on was that single, chilling strand of hair. It was a message, a declaration. She was not just in my head, she was in my life. She was here. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling. I needed to call someone. Anyone. My best friend, Mark. The police? But then, Sarah's words echoed in my mind. What would you tell them? My date knows what I am thinking. They would laugh you out of the station. She was right. They would not believe me. I would sound like a lunatic. I stood there, paralyzed by fear, staring at the auburn hair, feeling utterly exposed. My phone buzzed in my hand, making me jump. It was a text message from an unknown number. I opened it, my heart pounding. It was a photo of my living room, taken from the perspective of someone standing just inside my front door, looking in, my couch, my TV, my stack of books, and in the foreground, barely visible, was a sliver of my own leg as I stood in the kitchen. And beneath the photo, a single line of text. You look much better in person than your Tinder profile, too. See, we have so much in common. I gasped, dropping my phone. It clattered to the floor, the screen cracking. She was here. She had been here. She was still here. My eyes darted around the kitchen, then to the living room, the hallway, the closed bedroom door. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the house seemed to whisper her name. I was not alone. I was being watched. Sarah, I whispered, my voice trembling, barely audible. Are you here? Silence. Only the frantic thumping of my own heart. Then, from the living room, a soft, almost imperceptible sound. A rustle like silk against fabric. I slowly backed away from the kitchen, my eyes wide, scanning every inch of the room. My hand instinctively reached for the heaviest thing nearby, a cast iron skillet on the stove. It felt cold, heavy, a small comfort in the face of this incomprehensible terror. You are wondering if I am hiding in your closet. Are not you? A voice whispered, right behind me. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat. I spun around, skillet raised, but there was no one there. The living room was empty. The sound had come from everywhere and nowhere. A phantom whispered directly into my ear. Or maybe under your bed. The voice continued, this time from my bedroom, the door still closed. No, you already checked there. Did not. You always check under your bed after watching a scary movie. My knees buckled. She was not just reading my mind. She was everywhere. She was playing with me, A cat with a terrified mouse. This was not just stalking. This was a complete, utter invasion of my reality. My perception of space, of safety, was shattering around me. I stumbled backward, tripping over something on the floor. My broken phone. I grabbed it, my fingers flying across the cracked screen, trying to dial 911. My vision blurred with tears of fear. "You are trying to call for help," her voice murmured, now coming from the bathroom, echoing slightly. "But who would believe you? And even if they did, what could they do? They can't stop me from knowing you, from being you." The last part hit me like a physical blow. From being you. What did that mean? Was this more than just mind reading? Was she trying to possess me? Replace me? The thought was so grotesque, so horrifying that it made my stomach churn. I scrambled to my feet, clutching the skillet like a lifeline. I had to get out. I had to run, even if she knew my every move. I could not just stand here and let her torment me. I ran for the front door, my heart a jackhammer in my chest. My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt, then the chain. The metal was cold against my skin. "You are going to try and run," her voice said, this time from the hallway, just behind me. "But where will you go? I will be there. I am already there. I am in your head, remember. I am in your memories. I am in your fears." I finally got the door unlocked, throwing it open with a desperate yank. I burst out into the night, gasping for air, the cold wind a welcome shock against my burning face. I ran across the lawn, not bothering to close the door behind me, just needing to escape. "You are thinking about your mother right now," her voice followed me, seemingly emanating from my own mind, a chilling whisper right inside my skull. "You are wondering if you should call her, but you do not want to scare her, do you? You do not want her to know what is happening to you." I ran down the street, my lungs burning, the skillet still clutched in my hand. I could hear my own ragged breathing, the pounding of my feet on the pavement, but I could also hear her voice, clear as day, inside my head. "You are thinking about that night, are not you, when you were 7. The storm, the power went out, and you were so scared. You hid under your blanket, thinking a monster was coming for you. The memory, so vivid, so terrifying, was suddenly there, playing out in my mind's eye." And her voice was narrating it, describing my childhood fear with an intimate knowledge that twisted my insides. I kept running, blindly, desperately. My neighborhood, once so familiar, was now a labyrinth of shadows and unseen terrors. Every house seemed to watch me. Every rustle in the bushes seemed to hold her presence. "You are wondering if you are going crazy," she continued, her voice soft, almost sympathetic, yet utterly devoid of warmth. "You are wondering if this is all in your head. But you know it is not. Do not you? You know I am real. You know I am with you." I stumbled, falling to my knees on the sidewalk, scraping them painfully. The skillet clattered away, useless. I buried my face in my hands, sobbing, my body racked with terror. "Do not worry," her voice whispered, wrapping around me like a cold shroud. "You are not alone anymore. You will never be alone again. I am here now, and I am not going anywhere." I looked up, tears streaming down my face, my eyes scanning the empty street. There was no one there. No Sarah, no auburn hair. Just the silent houses, the streetlights casting their pale, indifferent glow. But her voice was still there, inside my head, a constant, chilling presence. "You are thinking about what I want, are not you?" she whispered. "You are wondering why I am doing this. It is simple, really. You yearn for someone who truly got you, someone who understood your deepest fears, your secret memories, your every thought. And now you have me." A cold, hollow laugh echoed in my mind, not my own, but hers. It was a laugh that promised an eternity of surveillance, an endless invasion, a complete and utter annihilation of my privacy, myself, my very sanity. I was no longer alone. I was no longer me. I was just a vessel, a thought stream, a transparent mind for Sarah to inhabit, to manipulate, to play with. The loneliness I had sought to escape had been replaced by something far, far worse, an inescapable, all-consuming presence that would never, ever leave me. My desperate search for something real had found it in the most terrifying way imaginable, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that this was just the beginning. And now, this leads us to the next story. The faint click of the security camera housing snapping into place echoed in the oppressive silence of my apartment. Mark wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, his face pale under the harsh kitchen light. 4 cameras, 4 cheap plastic eyes staring out into the void, promising a kind of peace that felt utterly impossible. 1 in the living room, aimed at the front door, 1 in the kitchen, covering the back entrance and the sliding glass door to the balcony. 1 in the hallway, looking towards the bedrooms. And the last one, after a moment of grim deliberation, pointing directly at my Cuisinart on the counter, a mocking beacon of Lena's impossible knowledge. My phone, clutched tight in my trembling hand, displayed the live feed, a grid of 4 static images, each a window into a corner of my supposed sanctuary. The living room looked normal. The kitchen, eerily quiet. The hallway, an empty stretch of carpet. And the Cuisinart, gleaming under the light, utterly still. Okay. Mark breathed, stepping back. His voice was hoarse. They are up. Motion detection activated. Alarms linked to our phones. If anything moves, we will know. He tried to sound reassuring, but his eyes, darting around the room, betrayed him. He looked like a man standing on quicksand, trying to convince himself it was solid ground. I did not blame him. My own stomach felt like a lead weight, sinking lower with every passing second. The spaghetti and garlic bread from Luigi's, abandoned on the table, still haunted my senses. A phantom taste of fear. Enjoying your dinner. My name, the anonymous text, the grainy photo of us in the booth. The real-time proof of Lena's presence. It felt like a branding iron, burned onto my eyelids. This was not a guess. This was not a lucky shot. This was her, watching. Now. What now? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Mark ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. We wait. We stay here. We do not open the door for anyone. We watch the feeds. If she tries anything, we will have proof. We call the police. Call the police. The words felt hollow, meaningless. What would I tell them? Officer, a woman I barely know, is somehow watching me through walls and knows what kitchen appliances I own, and she sent me a photo of myself eating dinner. They would laugh me out of the station. Or worse, suggest I needed a different kind of help. We sat on my couch. The silence, thick and heavy, punctuated only by the hum of the refrigerator and the frantic thumping of my own heart. My eyes were glued to the phone screen, flicking between the 4 feeds. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every flicker of light seemed to move. My skin crawled. It felt like Lena was already here. A ghost in the machine, breathing down my neck. You know, Mark said suddenly, his voice low, breaking the spell. It is so impossible. How could she know so much? How could she be everywhere? I knew the question was not really for me, it was for himself. An attempt to rationalize the irrational, but as he spoke, a chilling thought, one I would have been trying to push down, clawed its way to the surface. It was not just the Cuisinart. It was not just the real-time photo. It was everything. And suddenly, a memory, one I would dismiss as an awkward encounter, clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Lena, I would met her on Tinder. Months ago, back when I was still swiping, still vaguely optimistic about finding someone who was not completely awful. I remembered her profile picture, a striking woman, dark hair, intense eyes. She had been witty in her messages, intelligent, a little bit too eager, maybe, but I would chalk it up to enthusiasm. We would agree to meet for coffee. The cafe was bustling, a safe, public place. I remembered seeing her across the room, already seated, nursing a latte. She looked exactly like her pictures, maybe even more striking in person. But it was not just her looks that caught my attention. It was her gaze. Those dark eyes, they did not just look at you, they seemed to look through you. We talked for about an hour. It was unsettling, not overtly creepy, not at first. She asked about my work, my hobbies, typical first date stuff. But then she started asking about my apartment. Not in a where do you live way, but in a what is your favorite thing about your place way. And then it got more specific. Do you cook much? She would ask, taking a slow sip of her latte, her eyes never leaving mine. I love a good kitchen. Do you have a lot of appliances? Like a Cuisinart? Maybe. I have always wanted one. My stomach dropped with a sickening lurch, the memory hitting me like a physical blow. I remembered laughing it off, a little uncomfortable, but attributing it to quirky first date banter. I would probably even mentioned that I did, in fact, have a Cuisinart, a gift from my aunt. I might have even elaborated, said it was great for making smoothies or mincing garlic. My God. I would told her, I would given her the information, and she had not even blinked. Just that same knowing smile, those intense dark eyes. And then she would ask about my routine. What do you usually do on a Tuesday night? Are you a homebody, or do you like to go out? She would seem genuinely interested. I would probably told her I usually stayed in, watched TV, maybe ordered takeout. She would even mention Luigi's, saying it was her favorite spot for Italian, asking if I would ever been. At the time, I thought she was just making conversation, trying to find common ground. Now, replaying the entire conversation in my head, every word was a poisoned dart. She was not making conversation. She was gathering intel. Every question was a probe. Every smile a predator's grin. The date ended politely. I would make an excuse about being busy, saying I would text her. I never did. Her intensity, even then, had put me off. She had not pushed, just nodded, that unsettling smile playing on her lips. I understand, she would said, her voice soft, almost a purr. Sometimes it is best to know exactly what you are getting into before you dive in. I would chalk it up to a weird, slightly awkward date, just another bizarre Tinder encounter. But it was not. It was the beginning, the seed of this nightmare. And now, months later, it had blossomed into full-blown terror. Mark said, my voice thin, like a stretched wire about to snap. I think I know how she knows so much. He turned, his eyes wide, expectant. I told him about the Tinder date, the specific questions, the way she would look at me. As I spoke, his face grew paler and paler, the blood draining from it. She was not just asking questions. I finished, my throat tight. She was mapping me, my life, my apartment, my habits. She was building a profile. Mark stared at the Cuisinart camera feed, then at the actual Cuisinart, then back at me. So this is not just some random stalker. She has been planning this for months. The realization hung in the air, a suffocating blanket. It was not a sudden, impulsive act of obsession. It was calculated, deliberate, and that made it infinitely worse. The silence returned, heavier this time. My eyes kept darting to the phone, to the 4 static images. Nothing. Just the quiet, empty rooms. But the emptiness felt like a lie. It felt like a facade, hiding something truly monstrous. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My nerves were shot. I felt like a deer caught in headlights, waiting for the inevitable. Suddenly, a faint click echoed from the kitchen feed. My head snapped up. Mark stiffened beside me. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He nodded, his eyes glued to the screen. The kitchen feed, the Cuisinart was still there. The counter was still empty. Nothing seemed to have moved. "What was it?" Mark asked, his voice barely above a breath. I scrolled back on the camera's buffer, rewinding the last 10 seconds. Nothing visible. Just a static shot. Then I rewound again, frame by agonizing frame, and there it was. A tiny, almost imperceptible flicker in the corner of the screen, near the back door. Too fast to be a shadow. Too precise to be a glitch. It was nothing. I tried to convince myself, but my heart was hammering against my ribs. Probably just the light. But Mark saw it too. It was not just the light. It was a reflection, or something. We sat there, frozen, staring at the screen, willing it to reveal something. Anything? But it remained stubbornly still. The silence stretched, becoming unbearable. Then my phone buzzed. Not an alarm. A text message. My heart leaped into my throat. I did not recognize the number. I opened it, my finger trembling. It was just one word. Smoothie. My blood ran cold. The phone nearly slipped from my grasp. Smoothie. My Cuisinart. My throwaway comment from months ago, during that terrifying Tinder date. She remembered. She knew. "What is it?" Mark asked, seeing the terror on my face. I showed him the message. He read it, his eyes widening in horror. She is here. She has to be, or she was just here. But the cameras," I stammered, pointing at the screen. "They did not see anything. No motion alarm. Nothing." That was the most terrifying part. The cameras were supposed to protect us, to be our eyes, but Lena was operating on a different plane. She was a ghost, a phantom, slipping through the cracks of our reality. We spent the next hour in a state of heightened paranoia, jumping at every sound. The apartment felt like a pressure cooker, the air thick with unspoken dread. Mark tried to call the police again, but after a frustrating conversation where he tried to explain the impossible, they suggested he file a non-emergency report in the morning. They heard stalker. They heard social media. They heard delusional. They did not hear supernatural terror. As the night wore on, the fear morphed into a creeping exhaustion. My eyelids felt heavy, but I could not close my eyes. Every time I tried, I saw Lena's intense gaze, her knowing smile. Around 3 a.m., Mark, utterly spent, finally drifted off to sleep on the other end of the couch, his phone still clutched in his hand. I envied him the oblivion, however temporary. I could not sleep. I could not even blink for too long. My gaze remained fixed on the 4 screens, searching for any anomaly, any sign. And then I saw it. On the kitchen feed, the Cuisinart. It was still there. But something was off. I leaned closer, squinting at the small screen. The lid, it was slightly ajar, just a fraction of an inch. Not enough to trigger motion, perhaps, but definitely not how I would left it. I was meticulous about putting things away. I knew I had closed it completely. My breath hitched in my throat. I nudged Mark, but he was deep in sleep, snoring softly. I did not want to wake him, not yet, not without being sure. I slowly, cautiously stood up. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest, but a primal urge to know propelled me forward. I moved like a phantom myself, tiptoeing across the living room carpet, my eyes never leaving the kitchen feed on my phone. The Cuisinart, its lid slightly open, a silent scream in the digital void. The kitchen felt colder than the rest of the apartment. A shiver ran down my spine, unrelated to the temperature. The air felt heavy, as if someone had just left, leaving their presence lingering. I reached the counter, my hand hovering over the Cuisinart. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I looked around the room, scanning every shadow, every corner. Nothing. Just the silent appliances, the glint of the stainless steel. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I reached out and gently pushed the lid of the Cuisinart down. It clicked softly into place. Nothing inside, just the empty bowl. But as I did, my eyes caught something else. Something small, almost invisible, resting on the counter beside the Cuisinart. It was a single, perfectly white feather. My blood ran cold for the second time that night. I knew that feather. It was from the decorative pillow on my bed, the one with the embroidered birds. I would seen it before, little white feathers occasionally escaping the seams. But how could a feather from my bedroom pillow, a room at the opposite end of the apartment, end up on my kitchen counter, right next to the Cuisinart, without anyone entering the kitchen, without triggering the motion sensors, without anything? My mind screamed. She was not just watching, she was not just outside. She had been inside. She had been in my bedroom. She had been in my kitchen. She had moved the feather. She had opened the Cuisinart. And she had done it all without a trace, without a sound, without a single another story awaits. Right after this sleep was impossible. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to writhe, twisting into Lena's predatory smile, her dark eyes glinting with that ancient, unsettling depth. The Cuisinart on my counter, a mundane object just yesterday, now felt like a beacon, screaming my location to some unseen entity. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a drum solo of pure panic. I spent the rest of that night like a wild animal, trapped in its cage. I checked every lock, every window, not once, not twice, but dozens of times. My hands trembled as I peered through the blinds, convinced I would see her silhouette against the streetlights, lurking in the periphery. But there was nothing, just the quiet hum of the refrigerator and the deafening silence of my own fear. My phone, usually a source of connection, now felt like a direct line to my tormentor. I kept it clutched in my hand, half expecting a text, half dreading it. When it finally buzzed, around 3 a.m., I nearly dropped it. It was Mark, my friend, asking if I was okay after cutting the hike short. I stared at his message, a cold knot forming in my stomach. Lena had mentioned him, mentioned the specific photo. How much more did she know about my interactions with him? I replied to Mark with a vague, yeah, just felt a bit off, ignoring the urge to spill everything. Who would believe me? She knew about my coffee maker and a squirrel. Photo. It sounded insane, the ramblings of a paranoid person. But I knew deep down it was not. The next morning, the exhaustion was bone deep, but sleep had not brought any peace. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a glass box. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the window, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I moved through my routine like a ghost, mechanically brushing my teeth, making coffee not in the Cuisinart. I could not bring myself to touch it, and trying to piece together how Lena had done it. Was it spyware? I spent an hour painstakingly going through my phone's settings, checking for unknown apps, reviewing permissions. Nothing. My laptop was next. I ran antivirus scans, checked my browser history, scoured my social media privacy settings. Everything seemed locked down, secure. I was meticulous about my digital footprint. I did not overshare. I certainly did not post pictures of my Cuisinart or private jokes with Mark. Then it hit me, Tinder. That is how we met. Her profile was vague, just a few stunning photos and a witty, generic bio. I pulled up our chat history, scrolling through our initial messages. Nothing specific there either. Had she somehow gotten into my phone through the app itself? It seemed far-fetched, but at this point, nothing was off the table. As I was midway through deleting Tinder from my phone, a desperate attempt to sever any remaining digital ties, it buzzed again. This time, it was Lena. Hey, had a great time yesterday, even with the unexpected early exit. Hope you are feeling better. My blood ran cold. The emoji, the casual tone, it was all a mask. I could almost hear that unsettling lilt in her voice, see the predatory glint in her eyes. My thumb hovered over the block button, but I hesitated. What if blocking her just made her angry? What if it pushed her to do something worse? I decided to ignore it for now, to ghost her. Maybe she would get the hint. maybe she would move on. That was a foolish hope. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance and growing paranoia. I tried to go about my daily life, but it was impossible. Every time I left my apartment, I felt eyes on me. I would catch glimpses of people in passing cars or lingering figures on street corners, and my heart would leap into my throat, convinced it was her. It never was, but the fear was real. Lena continued to text, not constantly, but enough to remind me she was still out there. Thinking about you today. Hope work is not too crazy. Just saw a squirrel that reminded me of our hike. Haha. Missed you at the coffee shop this morning. Did you switch to the other one? That last text froze me in my tracks. I had switched coffee shops that morning, not for any particular reason, just a whim. I had not told anyone. I had not posted about it. How could she possibly know? My hands shook so violently I almost dropped my phone. This was not just a knack for details anymore. This was active, real-time surveillance. I finally broke down and called Mark. Hey, can you meet for a drink tonight? Something's up. He was surprised by the urgency in my voice. We met at a quiet bar, and I spilled everything. The Cuisinart, the squirrel photo, the texts, the coffee shop. I watched his face as I spoke, seeing his initial amusement slowly drain away, replaced by a look of genuine concern. Dude, that is really messed up, he said, taking a long sip of his beer. Are you sure you did not, mention the coffee maker on social media years ago with the squirrel thing? Mark, I am meticulous. I checked everything. And the coffee shop thing, that was this morning. I did not tell a soul. Okay, he held up his hands. So, what do you think? Is she a hacker? A super stalker? I do not know, man. It feels supernatural almost. Like she just knows. I shivered despite the warmth of the bar. I am terrified. Mark. I feel like I am losing my mind. Mark tried to be reassuring, suggesting I block her, change my number, maybe even get a restraining order. But I told him my fear. If I push her, what will she do? And what evidence did I have for the police? She knew my coffee maker was not going to hold up in court. That night, I did not go home immediately. I drove around for hours, trying to shake the feeling of being followed. I even considered checking into a hotel, but the thought of leaving my apartment vulnerable, leaving all my things exposed, made my stomach clench. So, I went home, but not before buying a cheap security camera system from an all-night electronics store. I spent the next hour setting up motion-activated cameras in my living room, kitchen, and pointed at my front door. It was a flimsy shield, but it was something. The next morning, I checked the camera footage. Nothing. Just me, moving around like a paranoid wreck. A small part of me hoped it was all in my head. A stress-induced delusion. But then I saw it. On the footage from my front door camera, time-stamped 4:17 a.m., there was a brief flash of movement. A hand, gloved, reaching down, placing something on my welcome mat. Then it was gone. The figure was too quick, too obscured by shadow to make out any details, but I knew. My heart pounded as I slowly approached the door, peering through the peephole. Nothing. I took a deep breath, unlocked the deadbolt, and swung the door open. On the mat, nestled perfectly, was a small, intricately carved wooden squirrel figurine. Its eyes, dark and shiny, seemed to stare straight into me. A scream built in my throat, but I swallowed it down, my hand clamping over my mouth. She had been here, at my door, in the middle of the night, while I was asleep. The cameras had not deterred her. They had merely captured her, leaving her calling card. I slammed the door shut, locking it again, and backed away, clutching the wooden squirrel in my trembling hand. This was not a game. This was a deliberate, terrifying invasion. I called Mark again, voice shaking. He advised me to go to the police. I did. I walked into the station, the wooden squirrel still in my pocket, and tried to explain everything to a sympathetic but skeptical officer. I showed him the texts, the camera footage of the hand, and the squirrel. He took a report, listened patiently, but his expression clearly said, "We can't do much with this." No direct threats, no clear identification, just circumstantial evidence of unsettling behavior. He advised me to get a restraining order if things escalated further, but for now, it was a he said, she said situation. I left the station feeling more exposed than ever. The police could not help me. I was on my own. My apartment became my bunker. I barricaded my windows with furniture, secured the door with extra locks and a wedge. I slept with a baseball bat beside my bed. Every shadow was Lena. Every creak was her. I stopped going to work claiming illness. I ordered groceries online. I was a prisoner in my own home, a shell of my former self. Days bled into weeks. Lena's text stopped after I blocked her number, a move born of desperation, not courage, but the feeling of being watched never went away. I would still see things or imagine them, a flicker of movement in my periphery as I looked out the window. A car driving slowly past my building, then turning around. My mind was playing tricks on me. Or was it? Then came the knock. It was a Tuesday, late afternoon. The sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across my living room. I was huddled on the couch, laptop open, trying to distract myself with a movie, though I had not processed a single line of dialogue in hours. Knock. 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 My heart stopped. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I had not ordered anything. No one knew I was home. It was too soft to be Mark. Knock. 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 More insistent this time. I stared at the door, my entire body rigid with fear. I did not move. I did not breathe. I just listened. The knocking stopped. A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of terror. Then, a voice, soft, melodic, utterly chilling. "I know you are in there. I can hear your heart beating." It was Lena. My blood ran to ice and my body went numb. She was here, at my door, again, and she knew I was inside. "You really should not hide from me," her voice continued, slightly louder now, but still playful, almost coaxing. "We were having such a good time. Do not you think we know each other so well?" My mind raced. What did she want? What did she mean? My hand instinctively reached for the baseball bat. I kept propped against the couch. "You have been so busy lately," she said, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "Not eating properly, not sleeping. You are losing weight. I am worried about you." A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. She knew about my eating, my sleeping, my weight. This was not just old data or public profiles. This was intimate, recent knowledge. She was watching me. She was inside my home somehow, or she had been... "I just wanted to check on you," she purred, her voice suddenly right up against the door, as if her lips were pressed to the wood. "And tell you that new camera system, it is not really doing its job, is it?" My blood ran cold. The cameras, how did she know? Had she seen them? Had she disabled them? A guttural scream tore its way out of my throat, raw and primal. I did not care if she heard me. I did not care about anything but getting away. I scrambled up, gripping the bat like a lifeline, and rushed to the back of the apartment, towards the small window in my bedroom. It was my only escape route. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers trembling, adrenaline coursing through me. I heard a faint click from the front door. She was inside. Panic seized me. I threw the window open, tearing the screen, not caring about the splintered wood or the glass shards. I heard her footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving through my living room. She was not running. She was savoring this. "You really should not be so scared," her voice echoed from the living room, closer now. "I just want to talk." I squeezed through the window, scraping my arm on the frame, and dropped awkwardly onto the small patch of grass below. My apartment was on the first floor, so it was not a long fall, but I landed hard, twisting my ankle. A searing pain shot up my leg, but I ignored it. I had to run. I stumbled to my feet, limping desperately across the lawn, towards the street. My heart was a frantic drum, my lungs burning. I did not look back. I could not. But then her voice, clear as a bell, came from directly behind me. Running won't help. I know all your shortcuts. I froze. My blood ran cold. I slowly turned, my breath hitched in my throat. She was standing there, just a few feet away, at the edge of my lawn. She was wearing the same dress from our first date, the one that had captivated me. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes, those dark, bottomless eyes, held that same ancient, predatory glint. But it was her smile that truly broke me. It was not the charming, witty smile from our first date. It was a slow, knowing, utterly terrifying smile. A smile that said she had won. A smile that promised she always would. "I told you," she whispered, her voice carrying on the evening breeze. "I already feel like we know each other so well," and as she took a step towards me, I knew, with horrifying certainty, that she did not just know me. She owned me, every shadow, every thought, every beat of my terrified heart, and there was nowhere left to run. Moving on to the next story. "What are you—" I stammered, the words barely a rasp in my throat. My voice was foreign, thin, completely inadequate against the monstrous presence now sitting across from me. Chloe's smile, if you could still call it that, stretched wider, a grotesque caricature of human emotion. Her teeth, already too long, continued to extend, sharpening into needle-like points, glistening wetly in the dim, flickering light. The skin around her mouth pulled taut, revealing a network of pulsating veins beneath the surface, like dark rivers under thin ice. Her dark hair, which had been so perfectly styled just moments ago, now writhed and undulated on its own, coiling and uncoiling like a nest of black, oily serpents. It was not just hair anymore. It was something alive, something hungry. Her eyes, those swirling, inky voids, dilated further, consuming what little remained of her hazel irises. They glowed with an internal, abyssal light, like twin portals to a place where the sun had never shone. I could feel them boring into me, not just seeing me, but peeling back layers of me, looking at something deep inside my core. "What am I?" Her voice, now a deep, resonant rumble, echoed not just in the silent diner, but inside my skull. It was a sound that vibrated through my bones, a low, guttural thrum that felt ancient and powerful. "I am a connoisseur, Alex. A collector. And you, my dear, are a magnificent specimen." My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. My blood felt like ice water, yet a cold sweat plastered my shirt to my back. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to fight, to do anything. But my body remained stubbornly, terrifyingly paralyzed. My feet were still glued to the sticky floor, my hands clenched uselessly on the table, which now felt cold and greasy beneath my palms. The chair I was in was an unyielding prison. "A specimen," I managed to croak, my voice trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. This was it. This was the nightmare. This was real. She chuckled again, a sound like gravel grinding against stone, utterly devoid of warmth or humor. As she did, the subtle ridges and veins on her face became more pronounced, her skin taking on a slick, almost reptilian sheen. Her fingers, which had been delicate and manicured, now elongated, the nails stretching into sharp, black talons that scraped softly against the tabletop. The sound was like chalk on a blackboard, but infinitely more sinister. "Indeed," she purred, leaning even closer. Her breath, which should have been sweet, carried a faint, briny odor like stagnant seawater mixed with something metallic. It was sickening. Such vibrant energy, so much potential. Most of them are so dull, so easily extinguished. But you, Alex, you burn with a beautiful, frantic light. I could feel her gaze not just on my face, but burrowing deeper, into my chest, into my very soul. It was a sensation of being utterly exposed, stripped bare, every secret, every fear, every desperate thought laid out for her inspection. The silence of the diner pressed in on me, suffocating. The frozen patrons, their faces fixed in various states of mundane activity, seemed to mock my terror. A woman with a spoonful of mashed potatoes halfway through her mouth, a man mid-sip of coffee, a kid with a dropped toy soldier all became grotesque statues in this horrifying tableau. What do you want? I tried to pull my hands away from the table, but they were stuck fast. It was not just the stickiness of the diner. It was as if an invisible force held me captive. Want? She tilted her head, a movement that was too precise, too mechanical. For a human, her neck seemed to stretch impossibly, the skin creaking faintly. Why, Alex, I want you, or rather, what you possess. Her taloned finger, long and dark, tapped lightly on the table, directly in front of me. The sound was a sharp click, echoing unnaturally in the profound silence. Your spark, your essence. It is quite delectable. A jolt of pure horror shot through me. She was not just a monster, she was a predator. And I was her prey. My mind raced, frantically searching for an escape, any crack in this terrifying reality. My eyes darted around the diner, desperate for a sign, a weakness, anything that was not her. The back door, the front door, a window, but they all seemed miles away, unreachable, separated from me by an invisible, impenetrable barrier. You can't have it, I whispered, my voice barely audible. It was a pathetic defiance, but it was all I had. She let out a low, rumbling laugh that shook the very air around us. The diner lights flickered wildly in response, plunging the room into near darkness for a second before flaring back to an unnatural brilliance. The sudden shift made the frozen patrons seem to twitch, their static forms momentarily blurring at the edges, as if the reality around them was struggling to hold together. "Oh, but I think I can," she said, her voice now a velvety purr, laced with an undeniable threat. Her eyes glowed brighter, casting an unsettling blue-green luminescence onto her transforming face. "You see, Alex, you walked right into my parlor. Most of them do. Tinder, such a convenient little hunting ground. So many lonely, eager souls, just waiting to be understood. Understood." My stomach churned. This was not understanding, this was consumption. What happens to them? I asked, dread coiling tighter in my gut. The others... Her smile widened, exposing more of her needle-like teeth. A thin, black tongue flickered between them, like a snake's. "Oh, they become quiet. Very quiet. They serve their purpose. Their energy is absorbed, recycled. A perpetual feast." She gestured vaguely around the diner with a taloned hand. "Some of them make excellent decorations. They hold the space." My gaze fell on the frozen patrons again, and a fresh wave of nausea washed over me. Were they just empty husks? Their faces, once simply frozen, now seemed to hold a subtle, lingering horror in their expressions. A faint echo of the terror they must have felt in their final moments. The woman with the spoon, the man with the coffee, were they all just shells? "You are going to do that to me." My voice was barely a whimper. "Not quite," she corrected. Her tone almost playful, but the playfulness was more terrifying than any outright snarl. "You, Alex, are special. Your fear, your will, it is a rare vintage. I believe you could be more than just a decoration. You could be a conduit." A conduit? The words sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold sweat. What did that even mean? She leaned back slightly, her form shifting, becoming subtly larger, more imposing. The diner chair groaned beneath her, though it had not before. Her clothes, the cute denim jacket and floral dress, seemed to stretch and distort, the fabric rippling as if struggling to contain the growing mass beneath. I could see glimpses of something dark and chitinous beneath the tearing seams. The veil between worlds is thin here. Alex, she explained, her voice a low, hypnotic drone. Especially in places where human emotions run high. Fear, desire, despair. They all create ripples, and you, my perceptive little spark, you felt the ripples before most. That is why I chose you. You are sensitive, and sensitive souls make the best bridges. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and incomprehension. Veil between worlds. Bridges. This was too much. It was cosmic horror, not just a monster under the bed. I do not understand. I choked out, desperation clawing at my throat. She laughed again, a sound that grated on my nerves. Of course, you do not. Not yet. But you will. Soon enough, you will understand everything. You will feel everything. Her taloned hand reached across the table, impossibly fast. Before I could even flinch, her fingers, cold and hard as obsidian, closed around my wrist. A searing pain shot through my arm, as if 1,000 needles were piercing my skin. It was not just physical, it was an invasive, violating sensation that went straight to my core. I gasped, struggling against her grip, but her strength was immense. My wrist felt like it was encased in a vice. Let go, I screamed, finally finding some voice, some desperate surge of adrenaline. Scream all you want. Alex, she purred, her eyes glowing with malevolent delight. No one can hear you. No one can help you. As her grip tightened, I felt a strange sucking sensation, like something was being drawn out of me. My vision blurred at the edges, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. I could feel my strength draining, my very essence being siphoned away. It was a terrifying emptiness, a void opening up inside me. I thrashed harder, kicking my feet, trying to dislodge myself from the chair, but it was useless. The sticky floor might as well have been quicksand. My head swam, and the world began to tilt. The diner lights pulsed, flickering in time with the frantic beat of my heart, or perhaps with the rhythm of her feeding. You are fading, Alex, she whispered, her voice a cruel caress. Do not fight it. It is easier if you simply surrender. Let your energy flow. I could not. A spark of defiance, fueled by sheer, unadulterated terror, ignited within me. This was not just about my life, it was about my very being. I was not going to become an empty shell, a conduit, a decoration. My eyes, still darting around, landed on something on the table, just beyond her reach, but within mine, if I could just move. It was a salt shaker, a mundane, everyday object, but in this nightmare, it was a lifeline. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I focused all my remaining strength, not on my wrist, but on my left hand. I strained, muscles screaming, against the invisible force holding me down. The chair creaked, protesting. I felt a faint give in the stickiness on the floor, a tiny tear in the fabric of the trap. What are you doing? Her voice hardened, a flicker of annoyance in her abyssal eyes. The sucking sensation intensified, and I felt a cold dread creep up my arm, threatening to consume me entirely. Ignoring the pain, ignoring the draining sensation, I lunged forward with my left arm, a desperate, clumsy lunge. My fingers brushed against the cool glass of the salt shaker. I grasped it, my fingers surprisingly strong, fueled by a primal will to survive. Without thinking, I twisted my wrist, and with a grunt of effort, I flung the salt shaker directly at her face. It was not a powerful throw, more of a desperate flick, but it connected. The glass shaker hit her with a dull thud, right between her glowing eyes. It did not break, but something else did. For a split second, her grip on my wrist faltered. Her eyes widened, not in pain, but in what looked like surprise, annoyance. And then, a flicker of something else, something akin to a human reaction, a wince. A tiny, almost imperceptible cloud of white dust, salt, exploded from the impact point, scattering across her reptilian skin, and that is when everything went haywire. The moment the salt touched her, a high-pitched, guttural shriek tore from her throat. It was not human, it was an alien sound, full of raw agony and fury. A sound that clawed at my eardrums and made my teeth ache. The entire diner shuddered. The lights exploded, showering the room in sparks and plunging us into absolute darkness. Her grip on my wrist snapped, as if she had been burned. I felt a scorching pain where her fingers had been, as if my skin had been peeled away. I cried out, more from shock than physical agony, as I tumbled backward, chair and all, crashing to the sticky floor. The impact jarred my teeth, and the air rushed out of my lungs. I lay there for a moment, disoriented, my head ringing, gasping for breath in the sudden, oppressive darkness. The only sound was her ragged, hissing breaths, and a low, furious growl that vibrated through the floorboards. Salt. It was salt. A mundane condiment, a common ward against evil. In some folklore, could it be terror? Sharp and cold, cut through my confusion, I had bought myself seconds. Maybe I had to move. Scrambling on my hands and knees, ignoring the pain in my wrist and my throbbing head, I crawled blindly, frantically, away from the spot where she had been. The floor was still sticky, but the paralysis was gone. I could move. I could feel the grime of the diner floor on my hands and knees, the lingering smell of stale grease and something else, something metallic and briny filling my nostrils. Her guttural growls intensified, circling me in the darkness. I could hear the scraping of her talons on the floor, the rustling of her writhing hair, the wet, clicking sounds of her changing form. She was moving, and she was furious. "You little worm." Her voice was a distorted roar, closer than I expected. "You think a trivial little ward can stop me? You have only angered me." I could feel the air around me shift, heavy with her presence. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. My hands blindly swept the floor, searching for anything. A table leg, a dropped fork, anything to use as a weapon. My fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. A dropped kitchen knife, probably from the counter. It was small, not much of a weapon, but it was something. I snatched it up. A faint, sickly green light began to emanate from where she was. Her eyes, glowing brighter than ever, cut through the darkness, twin beacons of pure malice. I could see her silhouette, monstrously distorted, looming over the overturned table. She was no longer Chloe. She was a nightmare-given form, a creature of nightmare and abyss. Her body was a grotesque amalgamation of chitinous plates and writhing tendrils, her limbs too long, too many, ending in razor-sharp talons. Her head was still vaguely human-shaped, but her face was a mask of pure, reptilian rage, her teeth glinting like a shark's. "Come here." "Alex," she hissed, her voice a symphony of venom. "Let me show you what happens to those who resist." I did not wait. With the knife clutched in my hand, I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly but moving. I remembered the layout of the diner, the front door, the back kitchen door. The back kitchen door was closer. I stumbled toward the back, blindly crashing into an overturned chair. The noise was deafening in the silence, and her head snapped towards the sound, her glowing eyes fixing on me. "Running won't save you," she roared, and a powerful gust of wind, cold and smelling of the deep ocean, slammed into me, nearly knocking me off my feet. It was as if she was manifesting the raw power of the abyss. I pushed forward, ignoring the pain, ignoring the chilling wind, ignoring the certainty that I was going to die. My hand brushed against the cold metal of the kitchen door handle. It was locked. Of course, it was locked. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to overwhelm me. I fumbled with the handle, twisting, pulling, but it would not budge. My breath hitched. I could hear her slithering, scuttling approach. the scraping of her talons growing louder. Closer. Trapped. "Alex," she whispered, her voice right behind me, a cold breath on my neck. Just like the others. I spun around, the small knife held out uselessly in front of me, a pathetic shield against a cosmic horror. Her towering form filled my vision, her glowing eyes burning into mine. I could see the salt residue, still clinging to her grotesque face, shimmering faintly in the green light of her eyes. It seemed to irritate her, making her movements jerky, her growls more ragged. With a desperate, primal scream, I lunged, not at her face, but at her arm, the one that had held my wrist. It was a useless, suicidal attack, but I had to do something. The knife, small and dull, scraped against the chitinous plates of her arm. It did not cut, did not even scratch, but it made a grating noise that seemed to make her flinch. "Foolish," she shrieked, and then she backhanded me. The blow was like being hit by a freight train. My head snapped back, a blinding flash of white light exploding behind my eyes. I tasted blood, and my ears rang so loudly I could not hear anything else. I flew across the room, slamming into the counter with a sickening crunch. Pain exploded in my back, and I collapsed to the floor, my vision swimming. I lay there, dazed, gasping, the knife clattering uselessly from my hand. My body screamed in protest, every nerve ending firing. I felt a warm stickiness on the back of my head, and my fingers, when I brought them up, came away red. I was bleeding, badly. Through the haze of pain and concussion, I saw her advancing, her enormous, distorted shadow stretching over me, her glowing eyes fixed on me, not with triumph, but with a chilling, predatory hunger. "Now, Alex," she purred, her voice a low, terrifying rumble that vibrated through the floor and into my broken body. "Now you will truly understand." She extended a monstrous, multi-jointed limb towards me, ending in a cluster of wickedly sharp talons. They were going for my chest. I knew it. To pierce, to extract, to consume. I was helpless, broken, and utterly, completely terrified. And then, just as her talons were inches from my chest, something shifted. Not in the diner or in her, but outside. A faint, almost imperceptible hum began to vibrate through the floor. It was a low, resonant thrum, growing steadily louder. It was mundane, familiar, utterly out of place in this nightmare. A car. A very large, very loud car. The hum grew into a roar, a powerful engine approaching. And then, a burst of bright, blinding light, cutting through the shattered windows of the diner. Headlights. A truck. Maybe. The creature froze. Her talons, hovering over my chest, retracted slightly. Her glowing eyes, which had been fixed on me, now flickered towards the window, towards the source of the light and sound. The roar of the engine intensified, and then, with a deafening blast, a horn blared, long and sustained, right outside the diner. The sound was like a physical blow to the creature. She shrieked, a sound of pure agony, and recoiled violently, stumbling backward, away from me. The green light from her eyes flickered wildly, dimming, then flaring. "No, not now," she screamed, her voice losing its power, becoming ragged and desperate. "The disruption, it is too strong." The horn blared again, louder, more insistent. The headlights streamed through the front windows, casting long, distorted shadows that danced around the terrifying form of the creature. She thrashed, her monstrous limbs flailing, striking the frozen patrons. The woman with the spoon shattered like glass, exploding into a shower of dust and shards of what looked like petrified wood. The man with the coffee cracked down the middle, revealing a hollow, empty interior. The creature was recoiling, shrinking, her form becoming less defined, more fluid, like smoke dissipating. The green light from her eyes dimmed further, struggling against the harsh, mundane glare of the headlights. "You are lucky, Alex," she shrieked, her voice fading, growing thin and reedy, like Chloe's original voice, but laced with pure, unadulterated hatred. The veil, it is closing, but I will find you. I will always find you. Her form dissolved rapidly, shrinking, twisting, until it was nothing more than a swirling vortex of dark, oily mist. The mist swirled towards the back of the diner, towards the kitchen door, and then vanished, as if sucked into an invisible drain. The silence that followed was deafening, a hollow, ringing emptiness after the chaos. The truck horn outside finally stopped, replaced by the rumble of its idling engine. I lay on the floor, battered, bruised, bleeding, my body screaming in agony but alive. The paralysis was gone. The stickiness on the floor was just sticky. The lingering smell of brine and metal was fading, replaced by the faint scent of burnt wires from the exploded lights. The diner was a wreck. Overturned tables, shattered chairs, the ghostly dust and fragments of the vanished patrons. The front door, which had been locked, now stood ajar, letting in the faint glow of the streetlights and the sound of the truck's engine. I pushed myself up, groaning, every muscle protesting. My head throbbed, and my wrists still burned. I stumbled towards the front door, half crawling, half stumbling, driven by a desperate need to get out, to see the mundane, normal world again. As I reached the threshold, I looked out. A large, beat-up semi-truck was parked haphazardly in front of the diner, its engine idling loudly, its headlights still blazing. The driver, a burly man with a long beard and a worn baseball cap, was leaning out of the window, looking at the diner with a confused frown. "Hey, buddy," he yelled, his voice rough but utterly human. "Everything all right in there? Your lights just blew out," and I heard some crazy banging. I stared at him, my mind reeling. This ordinary man, this ordinary truck, had somehow saved me. His loud horn, his powerful headlights, they had been enough to drive the creature away, to disrupt whatever unholy ritual she was performing. I do not know. I croaked, my voice raw. "I think so." He squinted at me, his frown deepening. "You look like you have been through the ringer, son. You need a ride." I just nodded, unable to speak, unable to process. I just needed to get away from the diner, away from the lingering horror, away from the chilling promise. "I will find you. I will always find you." As I stumbled out of the diner and towards the truck, the cold night air hitting my face, I glanced back one last time. The diner, dark and broken, looked like any other abandoned roadside eatery. But I knew what lurked beneath the surface, what preyed on the lonely and the vulnerable. I never went on a Tinder date again. I never really felt safe again. Not truly. Every flicker of light, every strange smell, every fleeting shadow made my heart leap into my throat. I became paranoid, constantly looking over my shoulder, convinced that her promise was not just a threat, but a certainty, because sometimes the things that hunt us are not just looking for a meal. Sometimes they are looking for a bridge, and I, Alex, had almost become one, and I knew, deep down, that she was still out there, waiting for the veil to thin again, waiting for the perfect moment to finish what she started, waiting for me. This was another episode of Daily Story, where every voice matters. Thank you for taking this moment to listen. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Come back anytime for more true stories.